Welcome to a special programme trying to do the impossible, and that is to capture the very special atmosphere of the world-famous Edinburgh Fringe, which runs from the end of July to the 25th of August. I'm Stuart Cameron, and the event is right in the middle of its run at the moment. There are between 3,500 and 4,000 shows taking place at venues right across Edinburgh, with the majority of events in the city centre. The Royal Mile itself is buzzing with colour and music, and people come from all over the world to take part or take in an incredible range of music, comedy, magic, plays, and literally anything that works on a stage of any size can be available for the thousands of people. In this look at the Fringe, I'll be talking to comedians of the calibre of Karen Dunbar, MacDonald, Elouise Eftos and Joe Caulfield, magicians the Oberons, Charlie Caper, Kevin Quantum and Luke Osey, music acts from the world of tribute shows, and actors who bring to life some extraordinary characters. But let's begin with the chat I had before the Fringe began with Irish comedian Grace Mulvey, who's appearing at the Crate at Assembly in George Square up to the 24th of August at 2:50pm. Well, Grace, welcome to the programme, first of all. It looks like that you're all ready to go yourself for the Fringe, and you're at the venue The Crate, which is quite a small venue, isn't it? Tell us about it.
It's near George's Square. It's a big room for me. There's about 74 people that I have to convince to come see me every day, which, Stuart, is no mean feat, I will tell you. You get to a stage where you've been doing work in progress as you've been working on it, and you just have to get up there. The excitement starts to build. And then you get up there and you remember how difficult it is. And you start to regret all your choices.
And you've got a 2:50 slot, haven't you? Which some people would actually think, yes, we actually quite like that, because if you have a late night show or a sort of 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock peak time slot, then you're in an awful lot of competition because there are some fantastic shows there. But to have it at 2:50, it's kind of, people are always looking to go to something before the evening event, and there's less competition, less crowded, and a nice atmosphere around about that time.
Do you know what? You're so right. And like last year I did my debut show and it was at 7pm and I thought, oh, what a fantastic time. Well, I had a month of it, I will tell you. And I had, like, bigger acts were telling me how difficult they found it getting people in at 7pm, and I was like, oh, this is tough. So it's a weird one, because the Fringe, I think a lot of people pre-book to see some of the more bigger acts, but then they'll kind of have the day free and they'll be walking around and they'll take a chance on shows. And that's what, like, I'm looking forward to, is getting people in and kind of like selling myself, whoring myself out, Stuart, if I'm honest.
But it's interesting what you say, because some of the most enjoyable shows that I've seen are ones that I wouldn't have normally sort of gone to. And you take a chance, like there's the Free Fringe as well, which goes on, and people like Charlie Caper that I saw there for the first time, and I thought, wow, who is this guy? And I went back 3 times to see him last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing his show this year. So it's definitely worth taking a chance, isn't it, on something in the afternoon or even something in the morning.
Oh, completely. And actually, I have a lot of friends and family who, might come to the Fringe and it'd be their first time. And I always say to them, don't overbook. Book a few people that, like, say, much bigger acts you really want to see that might sell out. But other than that, walk around, take a chance, and you are going to see some great stuff. And I'm not even just talking about myself, although please come see me. But I myself find acts that I've never heard of. And I go see shows that I would never see anywhere else, and that's the beauty of the Fringe, I think. And then that's a person you kind of become obsessed with, and you're like, well, I've got to go see them every year,
The Fringe can be wonderful. It can be brutal as well. I've spoken to so many people who say, look, we know that we're going to lose money, but the plus side is that, the atmosphere, being part of something like that, and it is worldwide, isn't it? The Edinburgh Fringe is worldwide.
But I loved so much about the Edinburgh Fringe is I'll be honest with you, last year I think I cried nearly the first week every day. But no, that's not saying much. I cry a lot. But I will say this, that like there's something about being around that much creativity that's really inspiring, and taking out the financial side of it, which, listen, we all know the financial burden on the performers. But for me, it's about being around so much creativity inspires me kind of to keep going.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what you have to cling on to. And like, I think as well, like in times that we're going through at the moment, I just can't wait to be up in an atmosphere watching people be silly, watching people be creative, and just basking in the atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, quite right. Now let's talk about your show then, shall we? It's about time we got onto that. And it's about death.
Yeah, for me being like, can't wait to bask in the atmosphere. And I'm like, let's talk about death.
Yes, let's discuss this then. I mean, death is one of those horrible subjects, but you're taking it on with both hands and going for it.
Weirdly, I think it's going to be a very life-affirming show, which is, it sounds so ridiculous that it's called Did You Hear We're All Going to Die? The reason I called it that is because it's about the Irish approach to death, which I have found I live in London now. The English really have a hard time whenever I talk to anyone about death, which is funny because they're a nation now that really spread around for a while. But I myself, like in Ireland, it's much more of a conversational thing and less of a scary topic to talk about. And I've just experienced quite a lot of it. So for me, I kind of wanted to talk about my experiences, but also really kind of get across that, like, for me, I think if you accept that death is a part of life, you actually have a much better time in life. Because I think you just let things go much better. So really, I talk about my experiences of death, but I more talk about the fun parts of life that can come from it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, wakes and things like that become more popular than the actual weddings sometimes, don't they?
Oh, I tell you something now. I love a good wake, and I know that sounds bad, but if you go to a wake, particularly like I talk about my granddad in this show, Paddy, because he was 93 when he died. Now that's a great life. His wake was like a 3-day festival, okay, and I got more fantastic stories, which I tell in the show, from that wake, and I think that, like, that sort of thing really, I don't know, helps everyone. Like, I suppose, I don't know whether people know this, but in Ireland, like, we wake the people in the house. So, like, a person will be in a coffin in the house for 24 to 48 hours. And so people are around telling stories, drinking, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, to me, it can be great fun. And then weddings, now listen, I'm going to be very honest with this, probably the most controversial thing you're going to hear, Stuart, okay? At the Fringe, but weddings are all the same. I said it, they're all the same.
Oh,
okay,
my
I'm
goodness
sorry.
me.
Listen, don't cancel me, okay? This will get me cancelled. I'll be devastated.
Absolutely not, absolutely not. But it's interesting what you say, because I had to go to a funeral a few weeks ago, and it's obviously the actual service itself is a very solemn affair, but afterwards it's like, you know, you're among friends and family and stuff, and you get to hear stories about the deceased that you'd never even heard before.
Yeah, and it's so true, actually, because, and I always think what's very funny about, say, the afters of a funeral or a wake is that the stories start out so, like, loving and very, like, oh, he was a great man, and then sure, a few hours in and there's a few drinks taken, you start hearing the real stories. Do you know what I mean? Like, being like,
they're the best ones.
And they're the best ones, and you're like, I remember that time he stole a tractor, and you're like, what? Like, you know what I mean? It's just you know, so that's what I mean. Like, it's those kind of stories, you get to know more about people. I think it's fascinating.
Now look, you've got a great track record, haven't you? Winning awards and things for what you do, and of course putting together your own shows, writing them as well. We see a lot more now, like works in progress shows, don't we, and things like that. That's something which seems to have come on sort of fairly in the last few years or so. I don't remember things like work in progress shows, but with you, I guess it's kind of, you put it on there, and you're going to effectively debut it in public, and you kind of live and die on what what happens on there.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to see a death, you come see my show. I joke. But no, it is. It's hard. Like, because listen, we would all love all the time in the world to work on the show. But what's great about the Fringe is, for me anyway, I like to just go up and say, this is the show. Obviously, it'll change over the month because you'll tighten it, you'll get better at it. But for the most part, I'm just like, I want to go up because it's also a challenge for me. And I'm going to tour this show. But yeah, like, I think having a deadline creatively is kind of a good thing. I'm not going up because I think the show is 100% ready. I'm going up because it's the start of the Fringe, and I have to go do the show. And it'll make or break you, I think, a bit sometimes creatively. And why not? Like, we're all going to die one day. This is fine.
And happy with it. Go down with a laugh.
Exactly.
Now, I'm actually coming to see you on the 20th of August, which is quite late into the Fringe. So by then, you'll have absolutely be, cooking on gas. Oh,
listen, Stuart, you're coming at the best time. So the 20th now is my new target to make the show absolutely bulletproof. Just for you, Stuart, just for you.
Well, that's very, very good of you, and I'm looking forward to that for sure. Now, interesting, I'm talking to a lot of magicians and comedians as well about social media and YouTube and things like that, because, it's very much part of what happens these days. It's very different to what it was 10, 15 years ago. And of course, once material is out there on YouTube, for instance, it really puts pressure on some comedians to go out and write new material and find new material pretty fast, because once it's online, it's gone, isn't it?
Yeah, and I actually just had a few clips online from my last show that have done really well and kind of gone viral. So yeah, that material's gone. Like, I'm not doing that again. So yeah, like, part of the show is that, you want to get routines in it that are so solid that you can do them in clubs. And like, listen, sometimes it's not, because the internet's so vast and there's so much content up there. You could probably get away with putting up a few clips, and if they don't do that well, you could reuse that material. But I kind of like putting the pressure on myself. And listen, I put up those clips because I wanted people to know who I am, so they'll come to my shows.
Yeah, you've got to give them a little bit of a taste, haven't you?
Yeah, this is it. You have to put on a little peep show. So that's what I did, and now I have to come up with great material to keep them happy when they come see me.
What's the future after this one, after the Fringe? Do you put this one to bed, or are you working on new stuff? Presumably you are.
Yeah, so I'm going to tour this show, and then I'm already kind of thinking about my next show, which is insane. Like, that's an insane thing. But I just already have bits that I'm like, oh, that'd be really funny. I'll put that in a new show. And weirdly, I actually listened to an interview with James Acaster, and I found that really helpful. I took a bit out of this current show. I just decided to do it because it didn't fully work with the narrative of this show, and so that's going to go in the next one. And that's good. It's a good thing to know that you're like, actually, you need to get rid of stuff if it's not working in this. So yeah, it's handy to listen sometimes to more, established comedians when they're talking.
Well, I've enjoyed talking to you, so I'm sure I'm going to absolutely love the show. It's at the Crate, which is the Assembly at George Square in the centre, so very, very accessible indeed. 2:50 every day, 2:50 p.m, and I wish you all the best with it, and thank you for appearing on the show, Grace Mulvey.
Thanks a million, Stuart.
The Crate Assembly at George Square is where you can see Grace Mulvey every day at 2:50. Now, I would suggest if you hear anything throughout the show that sparks your interest, I recommend you go to the official Fringe website at edfringe.com, where you can find details of all the shows available. The hard part, of course, is deciding what to cram into your day, as there's events happening from early morning to late at night. Well, next up is the lady from Australia who calls herself Australia's first attractive comedian. Elouise Eftos is absolutely brilliant. I've seen her show twice now, and she is one funny lady. Of course, not everyone has got the joke yet. Some Australian comedians, apparently in particular, have given her a bit of a hard time. But it was a joy to meet up with her after one of her shows at Venue 33 in the Pleasance Courtyard, known as Below. Well, she's here right now, and she's very, very attractive, of course.
Thank
that goes
you,
without
Stuart.
saying.
Thank you.
But this is your first time in Edinburgh.
This is my second time in Edinburgh, technically, but first time performing at the Fringe, officially doing a show. The first time I came was last year, just to have a little recce of the Fringe and see what it's all about. It's one of the craziest things I've ever attended. And I thought, you know what? I reckon I can do this. I reckon I could make it happen. And so here I am with my debut solo show. Australia's first attractive comedian. Your country is crazy. I had a wasp sting me in the mouth. I just took a sip of my Diet Coke.
Scottish wasp,
A
was it?
Scottish wasp. And it stung me in the mouth. And so I'm on a bit of adrenaline post-show from, I think, the sting and the show. But can't believe the response to my show. It is... I've had a standing ovation. I've had such a beautiful crowds, and they really seem to be getting on board with what I'm putting down. So I love it.
I was going to say, you must be absolutely thrilled with the response. And
yes.
I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I've seen a couple of things on YouTube, obviously, of you, and thoroughly enjoyed that, the tongue-in-cheek humour and everything else. But I didn't know what to expect.
Of course,
And
yes.
it's totally unique show, and it's so funny.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I think for me, it being my debut solo, I've done other comedy shows before with, with other people, but for my debut solo, I think there was a part of me that I wanted to incorporate all my skills, stand-up, singing, dancing, acting. And I realized that there were a lot of things that were ideas coming to my mind, that the characters that I play and the stand-up that I was doing, I had this same message, and it all kind of came together, and really excited to be doing this for the first time in the UK, and in Edinburgh for it to have this response is incredible, because I've just toured it around Australia and New Zealand, and that's been amazing. But you never know how across the pond, people are going to feel, and they seem to really resonate with the show. It means a lot.
And of course, there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek humour in this, and you don't take it seriously. But back in Australia, I think some people have taken it too seriously.
Yeah.
And that must be concerning.
It is concerning. I think what I've gathered from just doing, little stand-up spots over the years in the UK, I feel like you guys are just a bit more comedy savvy here. And I think that you're not so scared of what I'm putting down, what I'm doing. I don't do self-deprecating humour. I'm doing high status. As a woman doing high status, I think is niche. I don't think it's very American. And I think the fact that Australia suffers from tall poppy syndrome quite a bit. And I know the UK has it too, but I think that you guys aren't as uptight about it. You think Aussies would be really laid back, but not as laid back as you think. As an attractive woman getting on stage telling you that she thinks she's hot and funny and smart sometimes doesn't make people... It's what the show's about. The show's about why do we as women have to put ourselves down to make other people feel comfortable? And it was my observations from doing comedy, playing this persona, which is a very, very heightened version of me. She's like an affirmation for me. I hope I can be more like her, because I'm a very anxious person in real life.
And you're very attractive, of course, which kind of fits the bill. How do you keep so fit?
Bless you. Look, I guess, doing that show, I'll tell you that for free, that keeps me pretty active. Dancing at the end is pretty active. I won't give away the character at the end that I dance as, but yeah, I guess, and I run around a lot. I walk a lot. I was going to say, that's the good thing about Edinburgh. You can be on your feet. And
a lot of hills.
A lot of hills. Try not to twist my ankle on a cobblestone, but that's all I really do. I don't really drink much, if that helps, and try and eat healthy, but it's hard. It's hard sometimes when you've got, all the beautiful Edinburgh shops and things, and, after doing a show like that, it's exhausting sometimes. So
there's so much in it, isn't it?
Yes.
You've packed everything. How did you put the show together?
I think for me, it was over years of ideas that I had in my head and stand-up that it was coming, over the years that I was, testing out at comedy clubs and things. Even things that I would just do on Instagram. I would make, like, a lot of the characters I would just try on Instagram as silly little videos or, interactive things, and people would really respond to them in such a funny way that I thought, gosh, this would be really funny to put in a whole show. And I guess I just, over time, put everything together. And this is version 2.0 of the show. I actually debuted it last year at Melbourne International Comedy Festival. And it's definitely become much more slick and tight. And I've got a director in now, the amazing Alexander Balaj. And that's really helped sort of hone in exactly what the message is of the show too. Because I think sometimes I get a bit like, I want to say this and I want to say that. And I hope that the message is clear. And it's women is obviously my target audience and the queer community. And I think the show is very empowering for women. But I've also had a lot of men in the crowd. I think the advertising's, quite sexy, quite Bond girl. It's my poster's based on the Dr. No poster, which I love the 60s era of which also for me, the 60s was such an amazing time for women, so empowering as well. And they were so feminine and their sexuality was so powerful. And I think for me, that's also a message as well. Like, why can't I be empowered by my sexuality? And I hope that men walk away thinking, I've had a lot of men coming to the show and they say it's very thought-provoking and that they're converted to feminism, and that for me is very important. Yeah.
And breaking the ice is important as well. And
Yes.
my goodness, you do that, don't
Oh,
you?
thank you.
We won't give much away, but it's a
Yes.
parody of Basic Instinct.
Yes, that's how I opened the show, a parody of Basic Instinct, which for me was a funny way to open the show. I mean, I'm an actor. It's fun for me to play and to do an homage to Sharon Stone, who, I mean, even that is, for me, something that I found really interesting is that she got a lot of hate and ridicule for playing that part, which I think is so iconic. She's an incredible actress, and me doing that scene, which is such a powerful sexual character, I'm being interrogated the same way that Catherine Trammell is in the film, and I think it's a really nice icebreaker for the beginning of the show, and it sets it up. I basically tell the crowd, it's a silly thing that I don't really think that I am Australia's first attractive comedian. And
Yes, let's make that clear.
Yeah, exactly. I think also people, and I found this from when you've just seen the show, a lot of comedians can't take a joke, and I think a lot of people can't take a joke, especially when a woman who says that she's attractive is saying it. So I think for me, it's really funny. It's like I want people to lighten up and be a bit silly and have a laugh, but also I hope the feminist message is also coming through quite strong.
It's funny as well because, I mean, one of your sort of acting heroes in My Big Fat Greek
Yes.
Wedding, I can't pronounce her name.
Vardalos,
That's
yes.
the one, yes. I mean, she was a big hero of yours.
Yeah.
And,
She still is, but yeah.
But she took it negatively,
literally.
and you had
Yeah.
to kind of go on and defend yourself.
Well, I feel like for me, it's unfortunate, and I don't think it's just her, and I think it's unfortunate that we have a lot of the patriarchy, I think, is the reason why a lot of women, and especially older women, because of the way that we've been conditioned, the first thing they jump to is that you're putting down other women, that's what I'm trying to do. Whereas for me, that's not what I'm doing at all. I think that I'm making a point, and it's very tongue-in-cheek and silly, but I hope that women come to the show, whatever age. And I've had experiences. The second preview night was a very small crowd. It was Edinburgh. Nobody knows me here. Smallest crowd I've ever done the show to. It was probably 10 people, which I was expecting. But since then, it's been amazing. So I can't really complain. But all women in the crowd, which was a very different dynamic. I'm used to having men in the crowd to bounce off and make fun of because that's how it works, right? That's what my persona does, And I found it really interesting. There was a woman in the crowd. She was probably middle-aged, and she was a little bit, funny towards me in this way of. She was sort of heckling a little bit, but sort of I bring up the M&Ms, the red M&M, and she was like, "Oh, that's what you'll look like in 50 years." Like she just yelled that out, and I was going, "Oh my gosh!" Like whatever she could do to, I guess, project and make herself feel better about how I was acting on stage or her own insecurities, I think is quite sad. And I think that that's what I want to also remind women when we compare ourselves to other women. It's not constructive. I don't think it helps anyone. I think that we shouldn't be criticizing women for how they dress or how they act. I think that we need to uplift each other, and I hope that that's the message as well. That if I say I'm good at something, it's not. I don't want that to be an opening for a man or a woman or whoever they are to say, "Oh, you've got tickets on yourself." It's like, what would be so bad about a woman thinking she's smart and funny and intelligent and good looking? Because I think also the society has profited so much on us not thinking these things about ourselves. Like the beauty industry thrives off it. So I hope that that's all coming through. It's a lot, but it's nice to the messages I've been getting after the shows are just. It makes me emotional. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, well deserved as well. But
thank you.
I mean, this is obviously kind of early in this particular part of your career, isn't it?
Absolutely, for this part, for the international part.
People are obviously, in a way, the fact that you've named it that way, that's
Yes.
drawn attention to
Yeah.
it. It's become controversial.
It's provocative, yeah.
But now people kind of know it's a joke, hopefully. Maybe it takes
Yeah.
longer in Australia, but
Yeah,
but you're going back now to Australia. In the next 2 years, people have got the joke now. So how do you kind of treat them, and how do they treat you in the future?
I feel like for me, it's nice that I have a beautiful following in Australia, and I'm not huge, but it's growing, and it's amazing when I find people that, for me, I just can't believe how quick people are getting it here. It's men, women, anyone. It just is so special to me, and I think in Australia, the people are catching on and the audience is growing, which is really lovely. I'm getting some more TV gigs and things, which is really exciting. But my goal would be to eventually live in the UK or the US, because I think that that's always been my goal. I love Australia and it will always be home, but I would love to be international. I think that that's where my comedy will thrive, and I can see that. It's evidence from the way this show is already going for me. It's amazing. I think that I have a new show that I'm working on at the moment, and I think I hope that more people will come and see it. But I also think this is the best introduction to what I do and my style of humor and I actually am a big nerd, and I'm a big music nerd, and I think that what I'm putting out is really empowering and fun to play on stage. But I hope that people see like how much time, effort, work goes into what I do, and it's not just an overnight success thing, And
it's at a very small venue. It's the Below Theatre, which I've had the pleasure of seeing. It's a beautiful little theatre.
Yeah.
But to be honest, if people want to see you now, before you get into the big stuff, now is the time to come and see you.
I'm going, thank you for the promo. That's exactly what I want you to tell people, because I mean, tonight's crowd was maybe the smallest. I've been on the cusp of selling out the last few nights. For my debut, this is crazy to me. I didn't think that everyone told me Edinburgh's going to be really hard, and it isn't easy. It's for me, I can't believe the response already. So definitely come and see me. It's a 55-seater, so it's not for me that show I've done in like 300 seaters. So for me to do it in a like bigger room is just like Sorry, I'll repeat that. For me to do it in a smaller room it's so nice and intimate, because I've been doing it in big theatres, and sometimes that's a different show. It's the same show, but it's just a different vibe. So,
and you must enjoy that small atmosphere, that intimate.
I like it. I do like it. I had my director in the first 2 previews, and he was like, "Okay, you need to make it a little bit more intimate," because he was like, "I can see you going into not autopilot, maybe not exactly autopilot, but he was like, you've been doing these big theatres. You need to remember where you are, and you need to like get the people in." And I feel like I'm doing that now. I think tonight I was having a lot of fun with the crowd and being able to see their responses. I'm trying really hard to not let that throw me off, because I do get a little bit, oh God, are they liking it? Are they enjoying it? And I think that, I'm really proud of the show. I think it's I think it's amazing to perform, and I hope it's fun to watch. And I just want to keep for the rest of the month, keep up that momentum and keep doing it. And I just hope that more and more people get to see it.
I'm certainly going to come back if I can get a seat, that's for sure.
I would love you to come back.
I want to see it again,
Please, bring all your friends. I would love them to come along. Was there a part that you loved the most?
I loved it all, I have to say. I mean, these are the right answers that you want to hear, I know, but that is genuinely
I'm
true.
I'm just so curious because, obviously my audience is predominantly women and gay men. So that's why I want to know what people, and it's amazing what people seem to resonate with, or they find really I've had a lot of older men saying it's thought-provoking for them, and that for me is just like, wow, that means a lot. I really love that.
No, I just love the campness, I suppose, the over the top.
It is
over the top, and we can see it here, but it really kind of worked. It was an entertainment thing, and it was really, really, really good.
Which I also think as well, for me, that's also what the show is about, comedy, and it's about the comedy scene and the comedy world, and also how, as women in comedy, we've always been told to dress down and be subtle or do self-deprecating. I think that's also what I like to talk about in the show, because I find it quite frustrating that I don't want to do self-deprecating humor. I don't want to talk about how much I hate myself.
There's enough people doing that, isn't there?
Exactly.
And this is what I think with your show, it's totally unique. Yes. I've never seen anything quite like it. No, and that makes it really special.
Yes, no, thank you. And I think also what you say about the over the top, like the video content I've made with my amazing friend. He's
Can't be missed, that.
Yes, he's incredible. My friend Sean Higgins, he's an incredible filmmaker, and we've collaborated on a few videos, and you can see most of them in the show. But even just to have that level of production value, like I studied film and journalism. I am a trained actor, singer, dancer, and I want it to be an experience, immersive, and also I love putting in the effort. I think that like it's very Australian to be like, don't try too hard, don't do this. I think the British can be a bit like that too.
Oh, yes.
Don't overdo it. Don't try too hard. You're going to look like an idiot. And for me, I think the harder it's like, I don't know, for some people I go, we can tell you haven't tried hard. And I'm going, and I want people to come and see that show. I want them to go like, wow. And I think they do, which is so nice.
Yeah. And here's a question for you.
No.
When I was thinking of your show during it, I was thinking of Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah.
Because he kept playing parts that people thought were true.
Yeah.
And he's interviewed so many high-profile people.
As these characters.
And I was thinking the same thing. He must be a hero.
Oh, absolutely. He was someone who, I mean, I watched so much growing up. I mean, people like him, I think, watching the Ali G show, I was like in awe of him and what he did. And I think, it's definitely very inspiring to be someone who can play so many. I mean, look at Mike. The whole show is like an ode to Austin Powers a little bit too. Like I love Mike Myers as well. And, you know, I end the show with something that's very Austin Powers, but, it's and for me, one of my favorite comedians is Natasha Leggero, American stand-up, who she was like the reason when I saw her stand-up, I was like, oh, I could do stand-up. The high status, and even just like I want people to almost like, I would love to almost delve more into those characters that I play in the show, and I would love to interview people on the street as them, especially like the bookworm. How fun would that be? I think that men get a bit like about her, which is so funny. There's such stereotypes of what we've been told is attractive that I think is so funny to me.
One of the things in your show, you mentioned what I like.
Yes.
Well, one of the many was with the Liverpool and the Beatles, and your accent was spot on.
Did you like it?
Yes, I thought it was really
thank
funny
you.
with Pete Best and stuff.
Yes. I love learning accents. I've been learning them since I was like a kid for fun, and I'm a music nerd. I absolutely love Impressions. I think my first impression was my yaya. It would imitate my yaya, not being able to speak English properly. Poor thing, love her, my yaya Sophia. But for me, I auditioned to be Liz Hurley in the Shane Warne biopic. I didn't get the part, but she's one of my favourites to do. But I don't know if I can do it right now. I don't know if I can remember. She's like, Mr. Powers, I would not have sex with you if you're the last man on earth and I was the last woman on earth. She's got quite a deep voice. I need to practice that. But I did get stung by a wasp earlier in my mouth, so maybe another time.
The excuses in now.
Yeah. So, no, I love learning accents. I think that the UK fascinates me how many accents there are. I still need to work on my Scottish, but the Scouse is one of my favourites to do. I think it's so funny.
I think we've had quite a few stars from Australia in the past. We've had obviously Barry Humphries and Dame Edna Everage and things. British television companies are going to be knocking on your door. That's my prediction.
I hope so, because I've got some ideas and they better be. I love the 60s. I have this I have so many ideas and I would love to make that show almost something for television would be amazing. I feel like, the UK is my next stop. I think I love Sydney. That's where I've moved from my hometown Perth. But I feel like London's next. I would love to take over do a bit of a British invasion. I would love that.
Fantastic. Well, you certainly deserve it. And the Edinburgh Fringe, of course, has this habit of producing stars and showcasing people for the future. And Elouise Eftos, you're definitely one.
Thank you so much for coming to the show. I really appreciate it.
Elouise Eftos, and her shows are selling out very, very fast now. So be quick if you want to see her. She's on at 8:30 every night at the Below venue at Pleasance Courtyard, venue 33. Well, I mentioned earlier that the Royal Mile is like the epicentre of the Fringe, a hive of activity, and one of the big challenges is to work your way up from one end of the street to the other without getting a leaflet thrust in your hand telling you about shows that are available. So I dived right in with microphone in hand to talk to some of these people, but first I bumped into a colleague who knows more about the Fringe than many people. So here we are on the very early days of the Edinburgh Fringe. It's already buzzing. It's amazing who you bump into. Stuart MacFarlane's here. Hello, Stuart. You're no stranger to the Fringe.
Hello, Stuart. Yes, certainly spent a fair few years up and down the Royal Mile over the years and at various Fringe venues, taking in a very broad swathe of shows. And I think your own experience will probably agree that some can be excellent, some can be unexpectedly good, some you can be maybe a little bit disappointed with. It's always a real mixed bag.
But it's got an incredible history, this.
It does. So the Fringe goes back to the inaugural year of the Edinburgh International Festival, which was 1947. So the background to that, of course, was the money for it came from the winnings of the Epsom Derby in 1944. Ocean Swell was the winning horse. The £10,000 went to a feasibility study. Edinburgh Council agreed a festival could happen, despite the fact there was still rationing in the country, rationing around the city, but people that had extra accommodation in Edinburgh opened their doors to performers, and they were the international performers. The fringe bit comes in as festival adjuncts. That was the original term for the fringe, which lasted about 4 days until somebody thought of a curtain, the fringe, the very edges of something, and said, well, this is, you know, a group of performers that are doing something off their own bat on the edges of Edinburgh, because one of the performances was in Dunfermline at the Abbey, so it very quickly became the Festival Fringe. And it grew gradually, but really blossomed in the 70s, with Alistair Moffat taking on the role as an administrator, opened it up to what we see today. Street theatre wasn't really around before 1976, 1977, and he opened up the second Sunday of the Edinburgh Festival Fringe to bring many more street performers onto the Royal Mile. And what they did for one afternoon was they looked at the opportunity to show maybe at the crowds just a small portion of a show. And it swelled audiences almost straight away, because the streets were teeming with interested people that suddenly realised there is a festival in Edinburgh that's open to us, that is not classical and is not operatic and historical and what some may refer to as quite highbrow.
Well, we're going to channel our inner Martin Brundle now, because we're going to start one end of the Royal Mile, and we're heading up to the Grassmarket. It is quite a steep climb there. There's always a challenge in it to try and avoid being given a leaflet, but it never happens. It's impossible. So we're expecting some people here at the Fringe to leap out at us with leaflets. In fact, I can see one now. So we'll go over and give them a chance to sell their wares and plug their own shows. Well, here's a gentleman, in fact, who's from Northern Lights.
I am from Northern Lights.
Right, and he's giving leaflets away, something that happens here.
It does tend to happen here.
What's your name?
My name's Joe.
Okay, Joe, tell us what you're selling here.
Yeah, so we are Northern Lights. We are an internationally award-winning a cappella group and 5 times national champions. We're here with our show Accidentally A Cappella. We're at the Gilded Balloon at 12 o'clock until the 15th. And yeah, we're very excited to bring it to
Until the 15th, you only do half?
Only half the run, but yeah, double the fun.
Have you done the Fringe before?
Yes, we have. We've done the Fringe for years now. This is my second year in the groups, my second year at Fringe. But yeah, we're Fringe vets at this point.
You can put in a lot of work and not necessarily get a great deal financially out of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Fringe is getting more financially tough each year, but I mean, the thing we love to do is perform for an audience, and so that's what we do at Fringe.
And it's not just a cappella, as we can hear probably in the background. We'll just go around. Who is this guy that's doing it?
This is Dan. He is our beatboxer. He is an incredible award-winning beatboxer featured in our show, and yeah, we're very proud to have him.
That's right, and he's warming up, it seems.
There's something about that reminds me of Michael Winslow, Police Academy films. Remember the quality of the actor and his ability to impersonate various sounds, and that was something that he did very well as well.
You can probably hear him in the background. He's in full swing, so we'll leave him to it, but all the best for the Fringe. Thanks very much indeed. There we are. So that's our first victim there as we continue to walk up.
A victim with a smile on his face, Stuart.
Yes, that's right. And here's another victim here. Who are you, sir?
I am Northern Lights. I'm part of
Northern Lights as well, a cappella.
Sorry.
My goodness.
Have you already been accosted by all of our members?
Yes, so there's Tom Carroll over there. You're
I'm
Charlie McKee.
Yes. I'm actually from Scotland.
You're from Scotland as well, so you're all enthusiastic at the start.
Absolutely, yeah. We're really excited to be here. This is the first time probably doing Fringe. I've got to try and see a show every single day is the plan. So that's how you should be doing Fringe. Yesterday I saw a man pretending to be a paperclip going back in time to kill Alan Turing. So far it's been pretty good.
Well, all the best for the Fringe. Right, let's move up here. Hello, there's someone else. This is, are you Elsa Dixon?
That's me, yes.
And you've got a show on called Cassandra.
Yes.
It says, what does it mean to be believed? Tell us about it.
So it's a traditional storytelling show working with the story of Cassandra from Greek myth and Scottish stories of witchcraft, witches and prophetesses through history, looking at what does it mean to be believed as a woman and also from like a climate activist perspective. It's quite deep. It's also fun. I play my clarsack and my cello in it, so if you're interested in Scottish myth, then it's a fun time.
Well, that sounds interesting. Thanks very much, and all the best for the Fringe.
My name's Alana Louise.
Hello.
Hello. This is my show, and this is my very attractive boyfriend who I've pimped out to help me promote it.
Yes, do it take much persuading?
Just a kiss. Just a big kiss.
That's nice. He's
And a couple of
and
cigarettes.
a couple of cigarettes as well. Tell us about the show.
Okay, so it's two funeral directing sisters who are trying to get out of their small town by winning the X Factor. Are they talented? We don't know. You can come and see, and there's this mouse motif the whole way through.
It's a mouse, is it? I thought it was a rabbit. There we are.
Mouse, I know. It's outrageous, the show.
The poster on his chest about
Oh
the
yes,
giveaways.
the dead mouse and pea brain.
Yeah,
Yes, that
yeah.
would give it away, wouldn't it? Really. Where are you performing?
So we're performing the number one space on the Mile, and 8:45 the first week, 9:45 the second week, and then back to 8:45 for the rest of the season.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you. And sorry for calling you a rabbit there, but there we are.
Okay,
It was obvious it was a mouse. Thank you very much. In the background now, we can actually hear one of the street performers, and this goes on a lot, doesn't it?
It does indeed. So I was here about 25 minutes ago, and this chap who is a magician, he was just setting up. So he basically is wearing a trilby hat, brown shirt, and he's on a little platform, brought his own case with him.
Got about
And
200 people around him.
I was going to say he's got a substantial crowd around him in a circle, mic'd up as you can hear, and he'll probably perform a set half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. The one thing to point out as well, Stuart, is this might be something quite rare, a dry day on the Royal Mile, because these performers that have performed here in the past have had to endure some absolutely dreadful weather. What is interesting, Stuart, is with the cost of accommodation now in Edinburgh, how many people have travelled from far and wide, and how difficult has it been for them to perform here, because it's hard enough for performers who are based around Scotland to come down to Edinburgh for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, but if you're coming in from overseas now to actually perform at the Fringe and advertise what you do, over the last few years in particular, it's become incredibly expensive.
Caricatures being done. There's a balloon clown over there. I know quite a few clowns. And there's another one here.
So Parliament Square is just in behind on our left-hand side. So we've made it this far up the Royal Mile. Now, interestingly enough, this year, as we're looking up towards the entry point to the castle, is of course the 75th anniversary of the tattoo.
That's right.
And the tattoo was something else that really started. Its origins do go back to 1947. But it really was 1950 when it established itself as a standalone event that was still part of the Edinburgh summer that included the Fringe and the festival.
That's right. Well, who have we got here?
I am Annabelle, and this is Hannah.
Hello, Hannah. What are you selling here?
Advertising Macbeth the Musical.
Macbeth the Musical. Who would have thought?
We are part of Bristol Shakespeare Festival. The festival itself has unfortunately on hiatus, but we're still here as the internal company.
Is this your first time at the Fringe?
No, this is our second. Well, my second time at the Fringe,
and my second time.
And your second time at the Fringe.
So
but I came 2 years ago, and you came 3 years ago. So yes, last year we did Julius Caesar the musical, which went down a storm, and then you had Macbeth 3 years ago. So we brought it back by popular demand.
Fantastic. Now, when you say went down a storm, not every show goes down a storm.
No.
It all depends what you're looking at. Are you looking to make money, or are you looking just to promote yourself?
We're looking to promote ourselves and also just bring educational joy and laughter throughout our show. We sold out very fortunately with Macbeth last time we brought it up here, and we've received 4-star reviews. And yeah, we're here just to basically bring cackles and chaos.
Cackles and chaos, I like that. You're wearing a nice saltire as well with you, and of course the Scottish tartan. Of course, when you come to the Royal Mile for the Fringe, so many other things you can do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's got the full festival has a booklet that is bigger than a telephone directory for probably the west of London these days. The number of shows in there, into the thousands, 3,500 shows. Plus, as I say, you've got the film festival that's on, you've got the international festival as well. So, and there's got quite often there can be events that you can find where they're in very small, intimate spaces, and some are in great big theatres that seat several hundred people. So the venues vary greatly, and where you can find yourselves to go and see a show, you can end up in some extraordinary places. I mean, the city is almost at bursting point at this time. It is spread well across the city, so it is unusual, now to think back that there was once an event in the first year that took place up in Dunfermline, where they really try and use all the venues. And of course, I mentioned Alistair Moffat, and he was greatly assisted by the first director, really formal director of the Fringe back in the late 1970s, who himself then opened the assembly rooms along George Street, and that's one of the first super venues, and there's 7 of them around Edinburgh. And if you go to one of those, then you can spend an entire day, literally 24 hours, because they run pretty much day and night, all these shows, so you can get to see so many if you choose to.
Well, the Witch on the left, we've got a busker here on the right hand side, and a car right behind me, so let's move to the left. And I'm intrigued with this 1984, aren't you?
Trying to get a closer look at the pictures on his advertising board.
Let's find out. 1984, I'm intrigued already. Tell us about the show.
The show's on at 11:25 a.m. every day at the Pleasance Courtyard. The company's called Boxtail Soup, and we do literary adaptations, usually with a lot of puppetry though. So it's got a bit of a puppetry twist on the show.
Something a wee bit different.
Exactly, yeah.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Who do we have here?
Oh, hello, my name is Callahan.
And why are you here?
I'm here with my show #Hysteria, which is a historically and scientifically accurate account of human sexuality. It is a comedy.
A comedy?
Yes.
And how long have you been working on it?
I started writing it last year. We did our Fringe show, and then basically I was like, I want to do a new show. And my producer said, okay. And at the time, I was not medicated for insomnia. So a week later, I was like, I've written a script. And then we took it to Brighton. We sold out Brighton. People seem to be enjoying it so far. 140 every day, Appleton Tower, the Ruby Gilded Balloon. If you use the code Seeing Double, you can get half-price tickets.
Brilliant. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Going up the Royal Mile still, there's a big banner that's just been opened up miraculously in front of us. Never, Not Forever, a sketch comedy show with Sam, Becky, Chris and Charlotte. Are you one of these people?
Yeah, I'm Becky.
Hello, Becky. Tell us about the show.
It's a sketch comedy show by the Leeds Tea Lights, which is the University of Leeds 20-year running sketch comedy group. We won Best Sketch Show at from the Derrick Awards last year at Fringe. And it's about a boy band, and it's a really fun sketch show. And yeah, it's like a culmination of our best sketches throughout the year, basically.
Where's it all happening?
It's happening at the Caves at Just the Tonic at 4:50 to the 24th of August.
So you've come up from Leeds. Is this kind of something that you've been put in the diary for a long time?
Yeah. We've been coming to Fringe, like the Leeds Tea Lights as a group has been coming to Fringe for about 20 years now. So we've been, planned this a very long time ago. And all the sketches that you see in the show, we've been working on over the year, performing on our tour, like across the country at different other unis and stuff. So this is sort of, a culmination of our best stuff from the year.
I think I spotted Sam. Is that Sam?
That is
Look
Sam.
at that, Sam on the poster. So you're from Leeds?
Yes. So we're a student there at the moment.
It's an expensive thing, this, isn't it, coming up to a show like this?
Yeah. I mean, it's very lucky that we get sort of grants and stuff from the uni to be able to do this, because it's sort of seen as like a historically running kind of society. Students are able to come and do this relatively affordably, but it's still, there are a lot of barriers in place stopping students from being able to do this. And there's been a lot of articles recently talking about how sort of student comedians are being priced out of the Fringe, and it's nice that we're able to still do this, Yeah.
Well, all the best with it, and obviously you're not just on stage for the 1 hour, you're out and about promoting it as much as you possibly can. So all the best with it. Thanks very much for talking to us. There we are. As we move up the mile, it's getting a little bit congested, isn't it?
It is, and he made an important point there, because he's talking about student shows, and of course members of Monty Python, while they were still students, were looking to try and perform in the very early 60s in Edinburgh, around about the time that you'd have like Dudley Moore performing in the 60s. But things moved on, and when the Festival Fringe did have a director in the late 70s, that's when the likes of Lenny Henry and Rowan Atkinson and people like that were beginning to appear, because Bill Burdick Coots had very much a vision to open up the Fringe, to bring in some of the fledgling television personalities, as those two were at the time, to get them a place in Edinburgh, as well as the universities and students that would come in.
And of course, I mean, we see it all the time, a lot of the big names still come to the Fringe.
They do, and they sell out, and they enjoy the experience, and they've got such a long-standing relationship with it. Miriam Margolyes this year is going to be here at the Fringe, and you think back to, Billy Connolly's been here in the past. Robin Williams, 1971, he he was at the Fringe.
Let's find out who we've got here then. Hello there. What's your name?
I'm Molly.
Hello, Molly.
I'm the director of Poor Decisions. We're a director.
So even a director has to come out on the streets.
I know. Well, there's only 3 of us. We're small. We're doing it. We're doing our best.
Tell us about the show.
So we're a dark comedy about working in hospitality, which is a very relatable subject for a lot of performers and a lot of people who work in theatre. They also have a little part-time job on the side. So it's kind of the experience of 2 girls. They have a job. They don't particularly enjoy it, but they go on a night out for a work party, and the next morning they wake up and some pretty awful things, it turns out, transpired the night before.
Oh, you've sold it already.
I know. And basically it's them working out what happens and kind of dealing with the consequences of their poor decisions. So that's
Poor Decisions.
Poor Decisions.
There we are.
Greenside 6:30.
And it's poor as in P-O-U-R.
P-O-U-R, as in pour and pouring a drink, because they work in a bar. Very, very smart.
Where and when?
Where and when? We are at Greenside George Street in the Lime Studio at 6:30.
Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Molly, for talking to us there as we move up the Royal Mile. Let's see who else. Now, here's a couple of people. Describe.
The 2 people that look as if they've come out of Life of Brian.
Yes. What's your show?
So we are Fishing for Chips. We're doing an immersive comedy set in Pompeii called It's Gonna Blow.
Ah, it's Pompeii.
Exactly. It takes place in the final town hall meeting as the volcano erupts and the aftermath of all that.
He did have a sort of Life of Brian look to
exactly that kind of vibe. Monty Python / horrible histories. Fun for the whole family. It's all very silly. Queen Dome, 1 p.m. every day this month.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
It's all change every half hour or so. There's someone, coming off and someone going on. They have red lights, they have green lights to tell them. It's really well run, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it has to be, because you've got so many people that are investing so much money and time in this. It can't be an event that is poorly organised, that is run on a hash-bash basis. It has to be done professionally, and it would lose its appeal and it would lose its aura, I think, if the event was anything other than a really top quality event.
And earlier on you mentioned that, it's no rain. I just felt a spot of rain.
It's never far away. It's never far away. It's part and parcel of the whole occasion.
Who's this coming?
This is my colleague on board our flight. We're Fresh Ink Theatre Company. We're here at Fringe with Cabin Fever, a 2-person comedy. We've just done a show in New York, and we completely sold out all of our performances at Fringe last year.
Well done. And who are you?
I'm Beth. I am the other co-founder, writer and performer of Cabin Fever.
My goodness, it's a two-lady show.
2-lady show, theatrical comedy, set on an aeroplane.
And it's Cabin Fever. Where and when, first of all?
So it's at the Space Symposium Hall for the 23rd of August. So we're here for the whole of Fringe. Tickets are going quick.
We hope to see everyone on board with us.
On board, you see? Is this the sort of cliches we're going to be having?
Oh, yes. No
And
nosedives here.
So how did the thing come about in the first place?
So we did lots of improv, and we would just improvise. We got inspiration from a painting, and then we were improvising, and we thought, why not set in an aeroplane? And we played around with the characters, and we thought, why not play all of the characters? Anyone can do a show with 14 people, but 2 people bringing to life a flight full of passengers. That's got to be something interesting that people want to see.
Is it the sort of thing that you would tweak along the way?
Well, I mean, we definitely have different audiences responding to us, but in general, the audience will have to come along and find out to see exactly what happens 30,000 feet above the water.
That's right. Well, look, I've got your leaflet in front of me now. Lots of 4 stars here. 4.5 from the Derrick Awards, which are pretty prestigious.
We've got a must-see Fringe review there.
A must-see Fringe review. So already, on paper, it's looking pretty good.
Yes, it is, and it's even better in person. So come aboard, and you can see for yourself what a great show it is.
We will wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Cabin Fever there. Look out for that one at the Space.
What caught my attention there was another reference to the Derrick Awards, which of course are the Edinburgh Festivals or Edinburgh Festival Fringe Awards, specifically for theatre performances. So, if you've done very well, if you've received 4.5 stars, if you've picked up an award in previous years, then that's a good indicator that you'll be welcome back, and you'll probably be able to sell out, because, it's very good to have as part of your advertising.
Well, one thing that I haven't seen actually this year, which I saw lots and lots last time, statues, the living statues.
Yeah, they'll no doubt appear as well, because they tend to be pretty popular, let's say, and of course, they take up very little room.
Let's have a chat with this young man. Tell me about your show.
Well, this is a new comedy about sexy priests who have really messed up their lives and chaos ensues. It did very well in its first run. It got 5 stars in 2 newspapers.
What's it called? Playing Love?
It's called Playing Love, and it's a new play by Aidan Monks.
Who is Aidan Monks?
Aidan Monks is our lovely writer who is standing over here giving out flyers somewhere. And he is a student writer screenwriter at St Andrews. He's currently doing an MLit in screenwriting and scriptwriting, and he's had a few successful plays on at St Andrews, and we're very happy to be acting with his work.
Tell us where and when.
Where and when? 9:30 p.m. at the Bedlam Theatre every night until the 10th of August.
Good slot. Done
Amazing
Fringe
venue.
before?
No, this is my first time here at Fringe, but some of my fellow actors have been here a few times before.
That's right. One of them's actually risen right above the crowd at the moment, giving out leaflets, etc. So you're out in force, aren't you, promoting this?
We are out in force. We want to get people in the door. It's a great way to spend an hour. Venue 49 at Bedlam Theatre. And yes, every night, great bar and other shows on. There's lots to see.
It's been great to bump into you here. I just happen to have a microphone, and getting your kind of thoughts on the history of the event as well, of course, which is incredible, really, and how it's grown over the years has been amazing. But for now, Stuart, I hope you have a good Fringe.
Thank you, and you too, Stuart. Thanks a lot.
And my thanks to Stuart McFarlane, who joined me on my Royal Mile walk and giving me some background on the Fringe as well. Last year I went to the Fringe and discovered Swedish magician Charlie Caper, a man who won Sweden's Got Talent a few years back, and a man who's been a regular at the Fringe for a very long time. Now, the Free Fringe runs alongside the main Fringe. Plenty of venues open their doors to shows, and you can get in for free. If you like the show, you can donate whatever you like as you go out, but this is totally up to you. What I found is that the audience, if they love a show, will be very generous, and acts can actually end up making more money at these events than for shows where you have to pay to get in. Well, Charlie Caper is one of those acts who has 2 shows this year. His free one is at the Liquid Rooms in Victoria Street at 1:15 every day, except for Tuesday, and a ticketed one called The Future, which is extraordinary and unique. That's at the Piccolo tent at Assembly George Square every day. Well, the man is a genius with 5-star reviews right across the board, and I called him up before the Fringe began for a chat. Now, Charlie, I adore what you do. I've been to 3 of your shows, identical shows, last year. I kept coming back because I wanted to see different things. I got so much enjoyment out of all 3 shows in different ways, which was brilliant. I won't give anything away, but bow ties, obviously, we're talking here. So that was wonderful. But the Fringe itself has been really good to you, hasn't it?
I'm a huge lover of the Fringe. I think this is my 17th Edinburgh Fringe. It is a bit of a love affair, I would say. My first bunch of years was as a street performer on the high street, and now I'm indoors. But it's love.
But as you say, 17 years at the Fringe, and word of mouth gets round. I mean, it really is fantastic to see the joy that you bring to everybody. And, the difference between the first show and the third show. I saw you on your very first show, I think, at the Edinburgh Fringe last year. And by the time of the third, you couldn't get a seat. It was absolutely packed. So word of mouth, obviously, is a fantastic publicist for you.
Yeah, I really love that about the Fringe as well. If someone does something good, it can kind of grow on word of mouth, and it's so amazing.
And of course, you've done Sweden's Got Talent.
Yeah, but I won it a long time ago. The first magician in the world to win any of the Got Talent competitions.
That's fantastic. And of course, this year's winner was a magician as well. So magic is getting more and more popular.
Wow, I haven't followed it. I have to look it up.
Now, one thing which came over in your show last year was your love of robots. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I think my whole life I've had a love for mechanical things, and I've always been a computer programmer since I was a kid. I've had a couple of robots in my show, and now I have a new show called The Future, which has got a lot of robots in it. And it's kind of about artificial intelligence and the future and this huge technological transformation that's happening right now.
And why did you decide to put a completely new show together at this time featuring robots?
Sometimes we just have to do something new. I put incredible amounts of time into this new show. Just getting the technology to work takes more work and time than putting a whole show together in some ways. It's been a crazy, epic endeavor to make it work. But I've done my old show quite a lot, many times, and it's also time for something new. I'm actually doing both this year.
Yes. That's
But
a challenge.
yeah, it's a big challenge. But the future is it's where my focus is. The robot show is really a passion project.
How's people responding to it at the moment?
Oh, it's really landed now, and it's super fun.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to coming to see that one. I'll be watching your other show as well, of course. It's kind of like a tradition for me now, I think, to see you at both venues. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. Your close-up magic is just outstanding. It really is fascinating to watch. Who kind of influenced you in the first place?
It's a little tricky because it'll mainly be people that you have not heard of that are my influences, I would say. But I mean, I started when I was a kid. I was really into memory technique. There's a magician called Harry Lorraine who also wrote books about how to memorize things. And I accidentally, through that path, stumbled upon a magic book at the library. And that's how I started out. And then it was kind of my hobby throughout my teenage years. At the age of about 21, I was in London making computer games. I was making games for movies, actually, for the websites of movies. I made games for Shrek 2 and Van Helsing and The Hulk, games in that, like, very early 2000s. And then I kind of burnt out and quit that job and became a street performer in Covent Garden.
That's some
That's kind of
change,
my
isn't
journey.
it?
Yeah, but it was a really amazing thing. And I did 2 seasons in Covent Garden, and then I started. Winter came, it got cold, and I thought I can probably do this anywhere. And I planned a 10-month trip around the world with just touring as a street performer. And that trip ended up lasting for 10 years.
And you get out what you put in, don't you? And you've put in an awful lot of work.
Yeah, and especially when you're a street performer, you're not doing anything else other than your art form. That's how you spend all your time, basically. My favorite thing is when I bring up a kid on stage and I get a kid that just doesn't have any filter. You can see on their face what's going on inside their head. I can get some really, really, really fun reactions. That's probably my favorite thing.
And of course, I mean, we're in the world now of social media and YouTube and people going on there telling you how the tricks are done and all the rest of it. How do you approach that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that can be a real problem for people that do magic that is very common, but I create a lot of the material I do myself. I invent a lot of things and I really change things around. It hurts me less, I would say. What will be on YouTube, stuff I do will not be there, or it will work in a completely different way.
In a way, if there's a good side to this, it means that magicians like yourself are going to raise the bar. It's like a challenge, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah, and I'm actually really fascinated. I mean, magic goes through different cycles of like stagnation and innovation, I guess. When I was young, there was a long cycle where it felt like nothing was moving forward. But I would say in the last 15 years, there's so many interesting things happening. There's a lot of really good magicians doing very interesting things. Yeah, it's just exciting. In some ways, it can also drive innovation a bit.
And like the show The Future with the robots, are you going to be taking that on the road all over the world now? Is that your next thing for 2026 in particular?
Yes, it is. It is definitely the new show I'm doing. I'm doing it on tour in Australia in the January, February, March. It looks like I might be doing it in China in December.
Terrific.
But I think I will be playing this show a lot in the next 2 or 3 years, and then we'll see.
Just before you go, we always ask our guests for a little bit of a musical interlude to link into the next piece on the programme. And when I came along, I think it was the ink spots, I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, that you used. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, I used that for the act with the little robot that looks like me.
Yeah, it was really, really charming. Is that still in the act for this year?
Yes.
Oh,
it's
excellent.
such a beautiful song.
So how did you come to choose that song?
It was used in the intro to an old computer game. And I was just influenced by that song from that intro, I think.
I wish you all the best for the Fringe.
Thank you so much, Stuart. And I should say, Charlie Cape of the Future is on at 4:35 every day. I'm in the Piccolo in the George Square Garden.
Charlie Caper, who is right up there as one of the greatest living magicians with unbelievable close-up magic skills, and the new show is like nothing I've ever seen. Both are 5-star shows, and any visit to the Fringe is not complete without a visit to see him. Well, we've heard from Australian comedian Elouise Eftos earlier. Now let's hear from one of Britain's top funny people for many years. Jo Caulfield is now based in Leith in Edinburgh, and I thoroughly enjoyed her stand-up show at Stand 3 at the Comedy Club in York Place. She's on at 7:30, except for Monday, to the end of the run on the 24th. And after the show, we had a conversation. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is the first time I actually saw you, Jo. I was blown away. It was a really terrific performance.
Oh, wow, thank you. But obviously, I need to know how you have not seen me before.
I know. And I couldn't use the excuse, I'm from Canada, like someone did the other day either. No, absolutely no excuses. I will take my punishment on the chin. But you're a local lass now, of course, living in Leith in Edinburgh. But I tell you what, there's something really comforting. I enjoy comedy and magic and everything else. And of course, at Edinburgh Fringe, there are thousands to choose from, literally. You come across all sorts of comedians. There's ones who are kind of doing this for the very first time, and you can feel the nerves on stage, and you're willing them to do well. With you, within a second, comfort zone.
Oh, that's good. And it's not that people who've been doing comedy a long time don't get nervous. It's just part of the job. I think if I didn't feel nervous, I would worry, because I think it'd be some sort of sociopath to think, right, I'm going to get up in front of, 170 drunk people and think that I will be, the focus and that they'll be happy with that. That's a very arrogant thing to do, I always think. So if you're not nervous about it, I think there's something wrong with you. You're basically saying, yes, listen to me for an hour. I'm more interested than you are. But you sort of just get to control the nerves, that they're there, but then you just get on with your job. And it is funny, like you say, that when comics are nervous and that the audience is willing them to do well, and it takes you a long time to realise that is what people want. They want you to be good. They're not looking to find fault with you, which is what I think you think when you first start doing comedy, because journalists always ask about heckling, and it's not really a thing. Most people are presuming and hoping you'll be funny. They're on your side until you prove otherwise, I think.
And then it can be a very long hour.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I have been in hours in the audience where I've gone, why did I not sit closer to the door, where you want to leave? Oh my God, there's nothing worse.
Well, I saw nobody leave at your show, so that's very comforting to know, isn't it? But I mean,
yes.
The wide range of subjects. I mean, the title of the show is Bad Mood Rising, which of course struck a chord with a lot of people thinking about their other halves, and it also gives you a chance to show that kind of angry side of humour that we all love.
Yeah, I sort of think of it as hopefully a cathartic hour for everybody. More a celebration of anger, I think, rather than sort of grumpiness, to kind of really let rip and sort of enjoy ranting and overreacting to things.
Yes.
I'm aware there are much more important problems in the world, but I think you can't do much about that, but you can have a good rant about just the small annoyances and the small annoying people in your life.
And that comes with age, doesn't it? Because we're about the same age, and I know exactly what you're talking about, because the older you get, the less tolerant you are.
Yes, definitely. I'm increasingly intolerant of other people's noise around me, like being on the bus and the tram with people having loud conversations, often on FaceTime, on their phones.
I know, that is annoying, isn't it?
And and it's always people with nothing to say. They'd just be sitting there going, yeah, I'm just on the bus now, I'm going down the Kirk Gate and I might do my shopping there. I was thinking of looking on Aldi. Nobody needs to know this, and nor does the person you're saying it to even need to know it.
But they're oblivious, aren't they?
Oh, completely. Yeah, I think it's also that thing of, can you not just be for a moment? Just look out the window and enjoy the present rather than have to be whittering on the phone.
Absolutely. And you do wear a mood ring, I noticed, on your show. Tell us about that.
It's a 70s mood ring, and they were quite the thing at the time. And so basically the stone changes colour according to your mood. And mine, I'm looking at now, it's red because I'm angry. And my husband said to me, oh, what other colours does it go? And I said, oh, well, I don't know. I mean, really, I've only had it 12 years and it's always been red.
But your husband, also called Stuart, of course, so I have a soft spot for him.
Yes.
He gets some sticks, doesn't he, from your show?
He does. I think he's a sort of, he's slightly a composite husband, because that's what's up where I'm unfair to him. Whereas other friends of mine will tell me stuff that their husband has done, and I go, right, I'm going to put that on my Stuart and say that he has done that. But I hope it's done affectionately. Normally, I do think I see men chuckling on as well, because they know what they're like, and they know, particularly their obsession with facts and boring you with information. They know they do it. And it's just a very different kind of brain. I think when men go out to the pub, they sort of exchange facts with each other rather than talking about their actual lives. And it is a thing where I think men are genuinely not very interested in each other's lives. My husband, he went out with a good friend of his who's also called Stuart. And I know his wife a bit, but not very well. So I said, give Mina my love, this other Stuart's wife. And then my Stuart went, they've split up. Well, this is major news, isn't it? So I went, oh my God, when was that? He went, 2 years ago. And he'd never said, he never mentioned it. So I'm full of questions. And this is what he actually said. He goes, I would have talked about it if Stuart wanted to talk about it. But luckily, he didn't want to talk about it, and we talked about Dundee United. So that's kind of men's way of helping each other, going, so we went out because he's going through a terrible time, so I talked for 5 hours about our broth, or something like that. Whatever gets them through it.
Yeah, I don't know, you can talk about our broth in 5 hours, to be honest. 5 minutes would probably be the limit.
He has a friend that can.
Oh, really? Avoid. But it's a really, slick show, obviously. Did you actually put, when you go ahead to do this, friend, you're going to do kind of 24 dates, etc. How do you actually go about putting a show like this together? Because you've got years of material. Some, of course, you want to leave behind, and others you want to move on and be really topical. And there was a lot of topicality there.
Well, I'm lucky I have repeat business. I know I have a lot of people who come back, and as they're going, there's nothing better than hearing people say, I'll see you next year. So I'm aware that I need to have new stuff. So living in Edinburgh is a great incentive to do a show in Edinburgh, but then at the same time you're going, right, well, that means you have to write a new show, and that does sort of take me the year. And that's why, like the title, Bad Mood Rising, they will ask you in February, what is the show? And I don't know. But I know it'll be something to do with me ranting about things that annoy me and me being bad-tempered. So that's why I thought it's sort of a catch-all title, and most of what I do will fit into that. And I think, funny, this show sort of in two halves, in that I've got a lot of, it sounds an odd thing for a comic to say, but I've got a lot of jokes this year. Like I often have quite longer routines, which is what I think the second half is more like that. But the first, I thought, I just seem to have quite a lot of jokes on different subjects. So for me, it was more, how do I get all of those in to the show? Like I have my friend Shona that I talk about, who's in a new relationship. So obviously, as someone who's been married for 25 years, it's infuriating to hear of her happiness. But so I knew that will be a good routine that I can just add more onto. But the first half is lots of different jokes, sort of, travel jokes, shopping jokes, supermarket, friends, so there's, but I think also in an hour, people need different things to happen. So I think we have lots of jokes at the beginning, and then when I get into my gratitude diary, we can take a little bit more time and go in different places, and they'll come with me. And then the second half, I think, is more long, big routines that are a bit more personal, because we know each other a bit by then. But I think you can't just do the same thing for an hour. People need a little bit of sort of light and shade, different things happening, or they get bored, or just keep their interest is what I'm after.
How much work do you do on the road per year? Is it getting more? Are you doing more stand-up now than you used to?
I mean, that is basically what I do. You might have other jobs that are, but they all come from stand-up. Like I would do corporate work, doing award shows and things, and I would write material for that industry for that night. But it's all stand-up related. And then, I did a tour. The last 2 years I've sort of been touring, but then I went into clubs to prepare this show, because that's where you find out what's funny. I think as a comic, I always feel I want to go and do 20 minutes in a club full of drunk people who don't necessarily know who I am, because then they will just judge on whether they think I'm funny. just to me, that's the ultimate mark, is, get down into comedy clubs and then see if you're still funny.
Yeah, it's sort of back to the roots, isn't it, really, I suppose?
Yeah, definitely.
Tough audience, tough crowd.
And it's also where you often think of things. That's what, right on stage there. And I don't know where they've come from. They just come out of your head fully formed because you're kind of right in it and your brain's, really, really active. And often, there's nothing like people staring at you waiting for a punchline for your brain to quickly come up with a punchline. But I could sit at a computer all day and not come up with that punchline that then just comes into my head when people are looking at me angrily going, we hope this is going to end in a joke soon.
But this thing, work in progress, is this a fairly recent thing, or is it something that always went on but it was never really called work in progress? Because it seems to have just spouted up, in the last 10 years.
I think it's gone a bit far, especially in Edinburgh. There are people who I know who, it was always been a thing of, especially TV comics, if they're doing a big tour and they haven't been doing clubs and things. I know Jack D, he would always go into a few clubs and he would put himself on the bill like half an hour, not being the closing act, because he said, this is new stuff, so it might not be good. So going in, testing it around the place. I don't know when people started to call it work in progress. People used to call it new material nights just. And then I think in Edinburgh it became a thing where people would go, I haven't written a new show, but I do want to go, so I'll call it a work in progress. And I think, because if you think about it, to actually do work in progress for a month is really hard work. Because I would look at it as, right, you're going to do your show, then you're going to work on it afterwards, record it, rewrite it, try it again the next day, hoping it's better. Now, someone like Stuart Lee does do that. He's actively working on it. But other people, I think, are just kind of going, yeah, it means it's great. You can come on and be a bit shit and then pick up gigs at night, not be working actually on the show and writing it. I do think there's a little too many work in progress shows that's become a bit lazy, because I don't think they're actually, I think there are big names that are coming and doing it and they are working on it. But I think a lot of other people are just going, oh yeah, oh great, I don't actually have to write a show, but I can still go.
And of course, the other thing which has come in sort of fairly recently, 10, 15 years ago, is social media, which can burn up your material, particularly if people kind of filming clips from your new show or work in progress show, whatever, and then putting it out on YouTube and stuff. All of a sudden, it's gone before you can actually use it because people know it. That must be a difficult thing to deal with.
It's funny, it's actually not the problem you think it is. It used to be television was seen as a thing that eats up material because we had so much fewer channels. So if you went onto a TV show, you were like, right, 8 million people have seen that bit of material. But now it's not like that. Television, there might be 500,000 people have seen that. So that's not that many. So it doesn't kill off material. And social media, it's a very weird one. What we're all hoping is that it makes people buy tickets.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who watch social media don't go to see live entertainment. They like the social media. They like to sit and watch TikTok. And I think some people aren't even aware that you could go and watch somebody do it. So it is a weird mix. And like often I put up stuff and it's more political things and that on social media. So I get those people then follow me because they like that. But if they come to see my stand-up, it's not like that. I don't do that much politics in my stand-up at all. So it's weird. I think it's more that they go, oh, we're like-minded, so then I'll like her from her political stuff. But I think most comics are not fearing that it's taking your material because it's so transitory and people just move on to the next clip and then it's gone. Even though it might still be sitting on TikTok, they don't seem to go back to things. They might share it to other people and then that clip's alive for a couple of weeks and then people just aren't looking at it again. But what it has added is just a whole other thing that you have to do now as a comic that you didn't do before, of thinking how to use this. And and people it's only, really young people who do it completely differently, and they're the ones that they put up constantly, and that seems to be the thing you have to do. And I can't do that because I don't want to. It's like they want to share every part of their lives. And social media becomes a thing that's not so much about being a comedian as about just being yourself and telling people everything about yourself. So it's more prurient, I think. Whereas I am a comedian and I want to be showing what I do, which is being funny, unless I'm on tour in hotel rooms and politicians are annoying me, and then that's when I'll do my rants. It's also a different skill in that some of them do fantastic sort of sketches and things that they just film at home, but that's their job. That's their full-time job, is doing that, and they're not really live performers. There's different ways of doing it, and I think people like me who very much started in live or doing traditional television are just sort of trying to adapt it to what we want to do. But I'm not going to walk along the street and tell you what I'm doing every day. I couldn't think of anything more tedious. But then again, I do follow some odd people, and I go, I don't know why I'm following this woman. I think I'm fascinated by those people who are, just really posh. And I think she used to be a model, so she has that confidence that no one's ever told her to shut up. And she just talks rubbish for about a couple of minutes, and I'm mesmerised, and I don't know why. And that's that weird world of social media, as well as people who put up genuinely funny things. I think it's just that, I think if my neighbour said, do you want to come and look in our house? I'd go, yes. Because I'm nosy. I think we do like to know about each other, and if somebody lets you in, you go, okay, let me have a look. But that's very different to, being a comedian, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you've got your TikTok, your Instagrams, your Facebooks and everything else. There'd be no hours left in the day to do normal things.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't realise how lazy we all were before social media. That when I first started, where you just sort of had a landline phone and would phone a club and do sort of 4 gigs a week, and that was it. There was no other stuff you needed to do. But now, it's almost like it's a job now.
Well,
people are into this to have a job.
And people are making loads of money. If you've got your, whatever it is, 500,000 followers or whatever, you just keep posting. You think, I'll just do a 1-minute thing today, and that's banked me 100 grand or something. It's very tempting, isn't it?
I don't understand it. I don't know how they make the money. Where does,
It's ad revenue.
I know some people also ask for money, don't they? That happened in COVID, that people were saying, you can donate, or people would buy them things, which I think is very weird. Yeah, and I wasn't comfortable with that. I was sort of I felt more like I was a sort of a public service during COVID. If I could put stuff out there to cheer people up, but I thought I don't need to ask people to buy me a coffee. But yeah, that whole revenue stream, and I don't really know. Because it's not, it's the adverts that are on there, particularly YouTube. But other things, it's I've been asked, you get sent these random emails by companies going, we'd really love your brand, and we think you'd be a great spokesperson for, and then they have a product that go, I would never use that. Why would you? How would I earth? They've got. Sometimes it's. What was it? It was a deodorant. That was it. Do I want to talk about their deodorant? I thought people would think I'd lost my mind. I couldn't do those, straight to camera. Hey, I'm really enjoying this. I would just laugh and go, that I'm lying. It's not something I could do.
Would you do it for a product that you really did like?
Now I think I have done it for something that I did like recently, because then people said, that was it. It was by accident. I did Have I Got News for You, and it was something, I think it was President Mugabe's wife or something buys loads of shoes or something. And I remember I had some sort of punchline to do with she's known as Manola Blank such and such because she buys all these really expensive shoes. I says the same way that I'm known as Joe Thresher's wine shop. No, not Majestic Wine, Caulfield. And they saw that and then got in touch and went, that's really lovely of you to mention us. Would you like a gift from us? And I thought, I really didn't mean to do a product placement. And they went, no, we're not paying you. It's a gift. And I got loads of wine.
Oh my goodness
and
me.
I thought, that's lovely. Yeah. So I think sometimes you'll get something or a gadget that you go, I just really like this. And I might say, because I genuinely like a product, but it's not for any reason, to get anything or that they would ever pay me. I might, if I've genuinely liked a hotel or a restaurant, I do it quite a lot. I mean, where I live, Leith, there has some great bars, and I also think a lot of people don't realise what a great place Leith is. So I'll often put up going, I'll go to this cafe, and they don't give me anything, but it's just that I've enjoyed it, so I'll take a photo and do a link to them. But that, just as, because I like it, if somebody does that, they'll go, we went to this restaurant. I go, right, well, I'll give it a go then, because these people say it's nice, and I trust them because it's not a proper advert, no.
Of course, if you want to see Jo live at the Fringe, the Stand 3 Comedy Club is where she will be appearing every day, isn't it?
Except Monday.
Except Monday. Have a great Fringe and, of course, keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Jo Caulfield, who's appearing at Stand 3 at the Comedy Club in York Place at 7:30 every night till the 24th, except for Monday. Well, next up, a chat with actor, producer and director Henry Naylor and his play Monstering the Rocketman, all about a high-profile newspaper battle between The Sun and Elton John. And that's next. Welcome to part 2 of my look at the Edinburgh Fringe 2025. I'm Stuart Cameron, and one of the high-profile legal battles back in the day between a newspaper and a high-profile celebrity involved The Sun and Elton John. It's a story that fascinated my next guest, actor, producer and director Henry Naylor. Well, Henry, welcome to the programme. You're no stranger to the Edinburgh Fringe, of course, having worked so many productions over the years. Tell us what you're up to this year.
Oh, do you know, Stuart, I'm doing a show called Monstering the Rocketman. It's a solo show about a true story. It's about the story of when Elton John sued the Sun newspaper back in 1987. And it's an extraordinary story because it's the biggest ever libel case in British history, and remains so to this day. Elton John ended up winning £1 million in damages, and the Sun issued a front page of its newspaper saying, "We're sorry, Elton," which has again never been done before. And basically what the Sun did was they printed the unverified confessions of a rent boy who said he'd slept with Elton John. And it's quite lurid. It talked about him twirling sex aids and wearing leather trousers to seduce these male prostitutes. And it was all completely made up. But the Sun didn't back down when Elton contested this. And there was a whole year in which the Sun kind of went all out to sort of defame Elton almost and bring him down. Elton tried to sort of back himself up with with sort of interviews on Michael Parkinson, and Princess Diana came out in support, and there was gangsters got involved and devil dogs. It's an incredible story, and anybody who lived through it and can remember it will know how amazing it was. But everybody seems to have forgotten it now. So I kind of thought this was time to revisit it and bring it back to the Edinburgh Fringe and tell people about this important story, which in some ways I think changed Britain.
It certainly did. And of course, with a title like Monstering the Rocketman, I mean, you're immediately going to get attention.
Well, yeah, it's funny though. I've had, members of my team said, look, you want to mention Elton in the title. That's a kind of selling point. I kind of wanted to get people going, oh, what's that? What's that about? And sort of like, and I think I'm hoping it's going to be intriguing. We'll see. The proof will be in the pudding, Stuart.
Indeed. Now, have you had any interactions with Sir Elton John himself or his people about this?
Well, it's funny. I came up with this idea about 5 or 6 years ago, and I took it to his production company, and they loved it. I pitched it to them, and they were really interested. And they said, look, but the problem is this. We're about to release a movie, which is a biography about Elton John, and we can't put out two at the same time. And we don't want two competing products, which was obviously Rocketman. And they said, come back in a few years.
Oh.
Yeah, well, exactly. And a few years have passed. I thought, right, I'll work this idea up and I'll go back and I'll pitch it to them. So this is part of an ongoing process of talking with them. So yeah. But I think it's a really interesting story because, he comes out of it in a good light. I think it also sort of stresses the importance of the press and how we need a trustworthy press, particularly at the moment with, in many areas, I think democracy is under attack. It's also a love letter to the tabloids saying you are important, we need you, and we need to trust you at this crucial time in history to help stand up for us, the people, as it were.
Funnily enough, I was watching the Never Too Late documentary, which is a really fabulous production for over 90 minutes on Elton John, which is on at the moment. And he's never afraid to talk about these things, is he? So I think he would certainly, not be putting up any barriers anyway. And as you said, his people loved it.
I think he's one of those people who has really... the word, the phrase national treasure is bandied about a lot of people, but Elton genuinely is one. I think not just because of what he's done artistically, but because of what he's done for the community and for AIDS sufferers. I mean, his charity has raised over $600 million worldwide to help fight the spread of AIDS. And he's really helped change the narrative there. I really think we should be celebrating him, particularly as he's entering the later years of his life. He's done a lot of good for Britain. And this was, if these sort of lies had taken hold and his career had been destroyed because of them, humanity would have lost an important person who has benefited us all, really.
Elton John had plenty of money to defend himself. This happens pretty regularly. Yeah. I mean, the tabloids do tend to have this ability to build them up and then, at the right moment, crash them down.
Well, and sometimes they're completely justified in doing that.
Sure, yeah.
But I think you're right, and sometimes they get it wrong. And sort of like I think there was a period in the 80s when they were getting it wrong more often than they normally would. And I think this case was an important way of telling the press, look, check your stories. If you're going to sort of have a go at somebody, make sure it's correct. I think this was a very, very important case for that.
I think it's interesting as well, isn't it, that, I mean, sometimes, certainly in the past, it's probably changed a wee bit now because of all the court cases that have happened since then. But back then, it was a case of they'd almost budgeted a certain amount for a good story, even though they knew it wasn't true, because they would get it back in the amount of papers they'd sell.
Yeah. And that is true. I mean, I'm not saying it's true in the case of this particular paper or in this particular story, but I know that has happened in the States. I think there was famously a case where Pamela Anderson sued one of their more lurid tabloids over there, and they didn't even contest it. They just sort of paid her the damages straight away. They knew it was a false story, but they knew it was worth their while printing the story in the first place, and they'd recovered the monies that they lost. It does happen. I'm telling the story as if I was a member of the press pack, telling the story as I see it. as I experienced it in real time. I think that's the best way to talk about all parties and try and sort of sympathise with all sides, really.
I mean, a tremendous story right from the go, but how did you turn it into like a one-man play? Because you could come at it from any angle, really.
It's been a difficult thing to write because there is so much material. I mean, sort of, you could tell it from the perspective of Elton, you could tell it from the perspective of a journalist, you could tell it from the perspective of an editor, you could tell it from the perspective of Elton's manager. There are a lot of really interesting stories within this particular one. I mean, to be honest, one of the things I want to do with it, when I take it back to Elton's team this autumn, I'm going to pitch it as a TV series because I think there are so many strong and interesting characters in this. And the way I researched it, I basically spent 4 months in the British Library just reading every single tabloid I could find.
Gosh.
It's extraordinary to see just how much Britain has changed in the last 40 years. Some of the language is truly shocking in it. The openly triggering, I think would be triggering to a modern audience. There's openly racist, there's openly sexist, there's openly homophobic language within it. And it's not that long ago we had page 3 in The Sun. So it's amazing how much Britain has changed and how we've become a much more inclusive and diverse society. And I think this case played an important part within that, because after Elton sued The Sun, the papers did check stories more carefully, and I think the language did become a little bit more toned down towards certain communities.
It's an interesting point, though, you're raising, because when you talk about the language that's acceptable now, and I mean, there's stuff that went out 30 years ago wouldn't even be transmitted today. So when you're setting this back where it was, did you censor yourself in a way with the language, or did you keep it as real as possible to the actual time?
Do you know, it's a very interesting question, that, because the one thing I didn't want to do was to make the show a debate about the language you use now and the language you used then. It could easily be about that. But I wanted to talk more about the press and how important it is, because, we need it now. We really need it more than ever when there are no reliable sources of the truth that the public trusts. I mean, for every single news story that happens these days, there's about, 20 or 30 different opinions and different accounts of what's going on, and I think the public is becoming confused and not engaging with politics in the way that it used to as a result, and that has been a strategy by certain political groupings to put out loads of different accounts so the public throw up their hands in the air and go, I don't know what's going on, something's happening, but I can't possibly understand this. I think we need a sort of reliable source of truth, and the press is our best hope.
Let's talk about Henry Naylor now, shall we?
Yeah.
Because I'm just intrigued to know what you've got on your passport, because you could be writer, actor, producer, director. You've got so many fingers and so many pies. What does your passport say?
Yeah,
Scriptwriter.
I've got scriptwriter on my passport, but I think it's important. I mean, I'm not a young man. I think the way to have longevity in this job is to have hyphens, is to do lots of different jobs. There's been times when the acting work has been slow, and that's when I've done writing, and there's been times when the writing work's slow, and that's when I've done directing, and I think all of them help each other too.
There are literally thousands of shows out there at the moment, and we all know at the end of the day probably 50-60% are going to go away at the end of the 3 weeks saying, well, yes, we got exposure, etc., but we don't actually have any money for lunch.
Well, that's very true of Edinburgh, I think. I think even the most, there's a notorious comedy agency who send very famous named comedians up to Edinburgh. And one of the comics I spoke to not so long ago, I sort of said, wow, you sold out your show for the whole festival. You must have made a fortune. He said, no, I owe 30,000 quid for that show.
Gosh.
It is extraordinary. But I think most people these days are hoping to recoup the money after the festival.
Yeah, it's
you're
exposure,
hoping that
isn't
your
it?
show's a hit. Yeah. If your show's a hit, you can take it on tour. You're right, it is exposure. It's a bit like a trade fair, really. You probably don't make any money when you're touting your wares out there to begin with, but you sort of hope that somebody picks up on it and buys it,
You've won the prestigious Fringe First Award 3 times, which is an amazing achievement. So, I mean, you're well connected with the Fringe, and yet, as you say, you have to scale it right down to actually make it pay its way.
Yeah, and I think as well, Stuart, the way a lot of venues are now stereotyping theatre as something that is an afternoon format, and comics go on in the evening. And the problem with that is there's a smaller audience in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And theatre probably, if you're going to buy a set, if you're going to employ multiple actors, the overheads for theatre are much greater than your typical comedy show, which is normally one person and a microphone, and yet they get the sort of slots which create the most revenue, and the theatre lot are having to fight for midday audiences, and it's harder,
It's a double-edged sword, really, isn't it? Because there's an argument for actually going earlier, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, because the competition is less. But if you go for the 9 o'clock shot, you really are up against a lot of shows. It's difficult, isn't it, to actually get that blend right? And I know a lot of people, like myself, I'll go there 11 o'clock and I'll still be there at 10 o'clock at night, ricocheting from show to show, because I do that. But not everyone's going to be able to do that.
No, and I think particularly, ticket prices are prohibitive for some people. I mean, I've got a family. I'd love to take my kids to everything, but it soon adds up. If you're paying sort of 15 quid a ticket, and you've got 4 of you, and you're going to, let's say, 5 shows a day, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And when accommodation prices are as heavy as they are, I mean, hotels hike up their fees enormously. I mean, my brother used to come to the festival and stay for 3 or 4 days. And the last time he came, it was 200 quid a night just for the hotel. And he said, look, I'm only coming for 1 night. And everybody loses out on that. The hotel loses out on that. All the acts lose out on that custom. He probably saw 7 shows less than he normally would. We need to sort of make sure everybody gets a slice of the pie. And I think sort of there's some people who are probably taking a bit more than their share, I think.
And you can see Monstering the Rocketman at the Ace Dome, Pleasance Dome in Bristol Square at 4:10 every day, but some of the shows have already sold out, so do be quick. I was thoroughly entertained by the one-man play. Henry is a captivating actor, and the whole show was absolutely riveting from start to finish. Night Owl Productions is a company that's dominating the marketplace at the moment, producing top-quality tribute shows. They've 14 this season at the Fringe, from tributes to Elton John, Billy Joel, Blondie and Bob Dylan, to Queen, Police and Simon & Garfunkel, many others as well. It's a great idea, some of Britain's top musicians and performers coming together, mixing and matching between shows, and one of the guys behind Night Owl is Dan Clews. Very much part of the Night Owl organisation. You're a solo artist, you're appearing in the Simon & Garfunkel, you were playing guitar for Blondie, and no doubt plenty of others as well.
Yeah, a little bit of logistics as well on top of that, running 14 shows a day.
How did you get involved with Night Owl?
It's my business, and a business that I kind of hatched in around about 2016. Came up here and did 6 shows, and that's just a run of 1 show 6 times. And realised there was quite a great opportunity up here. Next year came up with 69 appearances, 3 shows. Gosh. And then the following year we did 7, then we did 10, and now we're on 14 a day. 329 shows in the month of August.
Tribute shows, though, I mean, it's really exploded the last 10, 20 years or so, but you seem to have captured the market here at the Fringe.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, I saw that there was a great opportunity to bring something a bit different up here, something that was perhaps a little bit more niche, the products that wouldn't sell on a national level do really well here. It's a real kind of microcosm of a market, and we really pride ourselves on doing something with a bit more integrity than just dressing up and trying to be an artist. We try and give a lot of backstory. We try and create what we call a show-umentary around each artist, where the listener or viewer goes away with a tear in their eye, a pocket full of new information, and hopefully their shoes have been slightly more worn out from dancing in the aisles.
And there's some great little clips, isn't there? I mean, I was at the Billy Joel story, for instance, and learnt an awful lot and went out, with that extra bit of information that I never knew before. And you're kind of investing in not just the show, but into the whole culture of Billy Joel.
Mm-hmm, yeah, we really try and dig deep when it comes to researching each artist. Try and find a couple of facts that the hardened fan may not know.
And logistics, of course, getting all these musicians together, because I guess you have core musicians who are doing a lot across the different shows, but getting them all together, because I think some are in Wales, some are in Scotland. It's difficult.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have a great team behind putting all the logistics together. We have an office crew. Baz, you've just met. We've got Leslie in the office, who's this silent presence here at Edinburgh, but without her we couldn't do it. And if you can see behind us, we've got a great big spreadsheet with all our show times and who's in which show and when they're going from one show to another, who's helping out moving that show off stage, who's putting that show on stage. And you will often see a star that you've just seen fronting a performance at the end of another performance, helping break down, coiling leads, running stuff off stage, on stage. So we all chip in, myself included.
And a great example of that was the Simon and Garfunkel show, where I think it was Angus, wasn't it, came on playing the saxophone as Elton John.
Of course, I mean, you've got to have Elton John playing saxophone in a Simon and Garfunkel show. But yeah, that's because he's just their side of stage and he's a phenomenal sax player. I've actually performed the Simon and Garfunkel show in Australia with Angus, singing Garfunkel. So we could easily make that a 3-part Simon and Garfunkel show.
What I liked about yours is that you're doing something a wee bit different. You're doing it and beyond. So you're getting the Graceland stuff, and you're getting Bright Eyes in there, which is a hell of a challenge for any singer to sing, and he did really, really well. But also what you did with the looping on Graceland, tell us about that.
So with just 2 of us on stage, we try and recreate the textures of Graceland. Graceland is actually a really fun album to loop, because a lot of it's using those African sounds, and often those sounds are based around really short chord progressions. So you can do some really nice things with a loop pedal. We on the longer show we also do Diamonds on the Soles of Her Shoes. We do in this one we call Me Al, complete with bass solo. And some drumming, and we try and I think we really get quite a nice sound together between me and Peter, who I'm performing with.
Now, of course, tributes, I mean, they come in different shapes and sizes. You get lookalikes, you get sound-alikes. I think with the shows that I've seen so far under the banner Night Owl, you get the passion, which a lot of other tributes don't get. I mean, for instance, the classic one, Blondie, coming on to Atomic, and my first thought was, oh, she's not got blonde hair. By halfway through the song, it didn't bother me at all. It was all about the passion, what she put into it.
Yeah, well, we really lean into that, and in fact, with the Bob Dylan show, we have a female lead doing Bob Dylan who is passionate about Bob Dylan.
Yeah, 18 years old as well.
Unbelievably talented young lady who I've sort of spotted out busking. And
oh, you found her, did you?
Yeah. We're kind of cultivating the talent there. She's learning off the greats like Rain and everyone, but she's phenomenal. She's really got into her role. She's grown into it so well.
And what about taking the show away from the Fringe? Obviously, you do one-off shows, I believe. I think you've had a world tour, haven't you? You've been to America and places like that. Yeah. So, a great future for the company.
Yeah, well, we hope so. I mean, you never count my chickens, but we've got a few things in the pipeline. 2 tours in the US in November that are about to be released. Then we'll be in Australia February to mid-March, and then we'll probably be back in America in May. And then we'll be back here doing our Fringe, so that's our year. It's a full year-round operation now. Yeah, we've got shows booked into 2027 now. We've got a massive Dutch tour in 2027 doing our Amy Winehouse show. So there's a lot of future planning. My life is planned out for the next few years anyway. Exactly.
Before we go, we have to talk about your solo career. You have an album out as well, Dan.
Yeah, I've released 3 records over the years. Haven't released for quite a while. Putting one together at the moment with a couple of the members of the group, Night Owl members. Had a fairly a few close calls. Nearly got there, but not quite. And then Night Owl took over. But I think you got to just go with what's working. But I had some fun shows. I played the Albert Hall when I was, supporting Level 42. Played some of the bigger venues around the UK. Played Glastonbury. Had a few records playlisted on Radio 2, but still going with that one.
Waiting.
Yeah, still having a go. Yeah,
it'll happen when you don't realise.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm kind of happy for it, just because now I've got this great platform of Night Owl shows, and I think if I make a record, I'll be able to sell it.
Yeah.
So that's fine. That keeps me happy.
And you are performing your own show here at the Fringe.
Yeah. I'm performing my own songs, which is quite a nerve-wracking and exciting experience.
Let's end this interview with one of the songs off the album.
I think if I was going to pick one off my latest record, I'd probably go with a song called Human, which is just a song about simple human faults that everyone has and what makes them who they are.
Well, it's good to talk to you. All the best for Night Owl and, of course, your solo career as well. And Dan Clews, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks for popping in.
Pressure building up. I can feel it in my eyes. Make out that I'm got it all, but I'm just trying to survive. Like the sun bakes the soil till it's hard and it's dry. But I know where you stand, there's a river flowing by. So how am I gonna make the change? I get it wrong almost every day. It's a human hand that makes mistakes, and I'm about as human as I can be. Many times I've tried, when the moment's past and gone, I think of all these times and I feel it coming on. Like a wave every day, the successes are so big. When you see the ones you love getting further away. So how am I gonna make the change? I get it wrong almost every day. It's a human hand that makes mistakes, and I'm about as human as I can be. And I wake on the wrong side of life. It's a feeling I can't shake, like a piece isn't right. And I'm trying not to fade, as the wine in my hand seems to drain with the night. So how am I gonna make the change? I get it wrong almost every day. It's a human hand that makes mistakes, and I'm about as human as I can be. So how am I gonna make the change? I get it wrong almost every day. It's a human hand that makes mistakes, and I'm about as human as I can be, and that's just me.
track called Human from Dan Clews' own solo album, While Middle England Mows Its Lawn. And before that, Dan was talking to me about the host of tribute shows run by his company, which you can see at this year's Edinburgh Fringe.
Well, I don't really know how to start this one because I was standing in the queue for another show and realised that I'd got something wrong in terms of the time for the next show, which meant I had a great big gap. And whilst I was thinking that, this lady came along and was promoting the show by the Oberons called The Telepath and The Conjurer. And it just happened to be right in the middle of the space that I had. So that was fate. And I went along, and I would never have noticed your show had it been for that. So that was extraordinary in itself, and I've just been part of the audience. I've actually made myself available to be the subject of one of the tricks, and I was absolutely blown away. It's a 5-star performance, and they've agreed to have a little chat now. So that's Emily and Mark. Congratulations, fantastic show. I was charmed.
Oh, thank you, Stuart. Well, it was lovely to have you. Lovely to have you in the audience. And yes, as I say, a completely by chance meeting, and how lucky we are. Yes, we love doing this show. As I said, we met on a cruise ship. Everything is a true story. We wanted to create a show that was our story, but also having our talents in it, both using my singing and Mark's magic. And we came up with this. And we've been working on it for, I suppose, since we met 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, Emily seems to have this ability to read minds, particularly my mind. It is a bit worrying from time to time, but she read your mind, didn't she?
This is extraordinary because I had to write the name of a person and the relationship, or it didn't have to be a relationship, it could be someone that I knew, and I wrote those two things down. So I wrote son at the top and Darren, and for you to actually guess that was absolutely extraordinary.
Because it's all stemmed from when Mark and I realised we had this special connection. And we've been working on it so that now, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I can read other people's minds too.
So obviously Emma is a superb singer, superb soprano, so we wanted to bring that aspect into the show as well. So that was the challenge, to bring mind reading, visual magic and song, but not to have it just be a big mix of random things, but to have it all come together to mean something. Yes. And that's been the main challenge.
Yeah, for homogeny as well, because we wanted to make something with a little bit of a difference, and I don't know any other magic show that is doing.
But this is unique, and I see a lot of magic shows, as you can understand, and comedy and stuff. But to combine sort of all three talents effectively in one, and the sleight of hand and everything else, it was just the whole hour just went.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been blessed with audiences, because when we found out that there were 4,000 shows here at the Fringe, and so when we have an audience, no matter how big or small, we're thinking, oh, this is amazing. We are blessed with people who want to come to see us, as opposed to the 400 other shows that are happening right now. They've chosen us. It's a marvellous thing. But also, we also wanted to come here to share it and to make it better and better. The lovely chap who's being our tech has said that the difference between now and when we started is quite something.
Each time we realise a way of tightening it up and making it sharper. And
yes, we've been getting some marvellous feedback, you see, from fellow magicians, but also audience members. And we're taking all that on board because we want to make it better and better and better and better.
It's the Fleming Theatre, which is here at the Surgeons' Hall, and you run, in fact, till August the 23rd. It's a 6:15 show. Yeah. I think people, if they want to see you in an intimate situation, come and see you now before you go large.
Yes, please do.
Yes. Hopefully we'll get big crowds in here for the rest of the season. But what happens after this? I mean, you're obviously building the act all the time. You've only really been 2 years together, so to get to that standard already is just extraordinary.
Oh, well, we're looking for opportunities all the time, aren't we?
Yeah, we both have contracts on some cruise ships coming up separately, and we have a couple of jobs that we're doing together as well. So we go not exactly our separate ways. I mean, we are a couple, but sometimes Emily has to go on a ship and without me, and sometimes I go without her.
You do then just put on your solo magic show?
Yes, yeah. We both have Emily has her own singing show, and I have my own magic show. Yes,
but we do have big plans. We'd love to tour this show in the UK and also around the world. Anywhere that they can understand English would be ideal, and because we think this has legs, and we want to bring it to everybody.
And don't take my word for it, listeners, because right on the front of the posters for the Oberons, World-Class Magic and Mentalism, is a quote from Penn and Teller, no less. Beautifully done. I loved it. That's not bad, is it?
That's not bad, yes. Very proud of that.
Well, it's been an absolute joy, an unexpected pleasure for today at the Fringe, and we certainly want to follow your careers in the future. Do you have a website?
Do have a website which you can see a trailer of our work, and that is at theoberons.co.uk. Yes.
We wish you the best of luck, and as I say, I was blown away by your show. Well done.
Oh, thank you so much, Stuart. You've been a diamond.
Thank you very much.
I absolutely adored the show by the Oberons. It's called The Telepath and The Conjurer, and it's on every day at 4:15 at the Fleming Theatre at the space at Surgeons Hall, every day except Sunday, and it gets my vote for the greatest surprise of the Fringe of all the shows I've seen. Absolutely amazing. Well, now for something very different. The show is called Smile, the story of Charlie Chaplin, starring Marcel Cole from Australia. He's toured the one-man show all over the world. He's now at the Fringe at the Below venue at Pleasance Courtyard on every day at 11:10 in the morning. Now, before he came over to the event, I hooked up with him as he was preparing for the Fringe run from his home in Australia. Now, tell us about this show, because I've always been fascinated by the Golden Silence, the Buster Keatons, the Laurel and Hardys, the Charlie Chaplins as well. And it's fantastic to see a show like this coming to Edinburgh. Tell us about it.
Well, I guess I'm sort of similar. I've been a Chaplin fan for a while. For the last couple of years, I was studying dancing full-time over in New Zealand. And in the library, I sort of discovered, there was an arts library, and I discovered a Chaplin autobiography, and they had a Chaplin sort of film collection, and not knowing much about Chaplin before then, I was sort of shocked to discover that there was this whole world of silent films, and I think they're brilliant and really beautiful, and it's kind of cool that they're still sort of the best of their genre, like, because the genre went obsolete. It's not like Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton have been surpassed by other silent filmmakers. They're still the masters. Beautiful sort of material to work with, but it's kind of inaccessible now in a way. So I like to take what I can from that and see if I can craft it into something that can be appreciated by people today.
And what is interesting as well, I mean, the likes of Buster Keaton in particular, I think, when it comes to doing your own stunts and stuff, I mean, nowadays AI, CGI is involved. Back then, Buster Keaton was doing his own stunts, and they're phenomenal when you look back at them.
Yeah, totally. It's awesome because I used to have a record player, and it was beautiful just to watch. You can see the record spinning, and you can see the needle. And if you listen really closely, you can hear a bit of sound coming out of the needle, and you see it go into the other machine, and it just sort of pumps up the signal a bit, and then it goes out the speakers, and it's all kind of analog. It's sort of the same with the old films, because there's Buster Keaton sitting on the front of a train, and he's on the train, and if he gets stuck, he's going under the train.
I suppose the nearest to Buster Keaton these days would be Tom Cruise, who actually does his own stunts and things like that. But, I mean, what's good about the digital age now, I suppose, is that you can restore. We've seen Charlie Chaplin restored in colour now and things like that, and Laurel and Hardy and all these greats, and they've cleaned up all the old films so that you can appreciate. But it's still very much an old era, and to a lot of people, a forgotten era. So to see your show coming all over the world, literally, to a new audience, I think it's fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, love it. I think it's very exciting. But you're totally right. I've got friends. I did a little spot in a comedy variety show for a friend of mine. She'd be 25, and I did a spot dressed as Charlie Chaplin, like a sort of 5-10 minute set from the show. Anyway, and she was like, "Oh wow, that's great, whatever." And then after that, she found out that Charlie Chaplin was a real person. So it's bizarre that people my age, I'm 25, don't know that Charlie Chaplin existed at all. I was in LA for the Hollywood Fringe. So I went to Chaplin's old film studios, just sort of in Hollywood, and it's crazy because you're just standing there looking at this strip of buildings that has so much sort of history. Like this is iconic 20th century cinema, which was so influential on the world, and people just are walking past. I was with this other guy that I just bumped into in the street, and we just got chatting anyway, and we were there, and I said I was going to check out the film studios, and he had never heard of Charlie Chaplin, which is bizarre.
And of course, your own fascination, as you say, you're 25 years old.
You'd be surprised. I did another show. My first show was about George Formby.
Wow,
who some listeners would know, probably more so in the UK. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. My grandfather and my uncle are both sort of historians, so I grew up really loving history, but also the stories of history.
But it is terrific that someone so young has kind of really got so interested in Charlie Chaplin and wanting to find out more about them, which of course, will help when you're putting a story like this together, to get it as accurate as possible. And also, obviously the experience of you going to Hollywood and immersing yourself in the Charlie Chaplin story as well. I mean, that must have rubbed off when you came to put this one-man play together.
Well, yeah, I mean, a few things there. Like, Hollywood going to LA was actually, it was kind of cool. It was a little bit strange because that was the first time where I felt like I was doing sort of Charlie Chaplin in a place where Charlie Chaplin was sort of is cinema royalty kind of thing. Like, when you're in Australia, the world feels very connected. When you go over to America or Europe, you sort of realize how far away Australia is. Like, it is a tribute show because it's a sort of respectful tribute to Charlie Chaplin, but it's not at all like an imitation tribute show.
So how did you get it from being the germ of an idea about Charlie Chaplin to actually producing what for the Fringe will be a 1 hour play?
A few different routes. You live with it for a while. I saw a few things. I mean, partly just ever since I read his sort of autobiography and discovered his full-length films and stuff, he's been quite an inspiration, and particularly because I trained for 10 years as a ballet dancer. Wanted to be a professional ballet dancer. That was my dream. But then I went over to New Zealand, was training full-time, and realised the reality of it was not all that I'd sort of hoped it would be. And so I love moving. I love using my body and moving and stuff, but I find dance very boring to watch. And so Charlie Chaplin came along, and he was this awesome sort of physical comedian who used his body, but everything was dramatic. So that was there. He's been sort of an idol for a while. My first show that I toured around for a year, and I still perform it around, actually. It's called The Ukulele Man, and it's the story of the life of George Formby. So I got into kind of cabaret and started doing his songs anyway, and I ended up writing a show about him, and that was kind of cool. I came across this genre where you do the story of the life of an entertainer, kind of in the style of their work. So George Formby was great because it's all music hall. It's with his songs, and so this one was, okay, well, could you tell, because there's such an interesting story. Like, his autobiography is a beautiful book, I think. A very full life. So there's a great story, and then imagine doing like a play, but a silent film on stage. So if you could tell the story of the life of Charlie Chaplin in the style of a silent film, how would that go? I saw a show in London, actually, by a company Told by an Idiot, in the London International Mime Festival, I think in 2022, which was long before I had the idea for this show. But I saw a show, Charlie and Stan. Execution was brilliant. I thought the style was great. I wasn't too keen on the story. So I thought, okay, because that was basically a story about Charlie Chaplin and Stan Laurel on the boat over from England to America, before they sort of both got famous and got into films. Great sort of musical style, upbeat, kind of honky-tonk sort of silent film style, and the style totally works because it's heightened emotion. It's all about the chases and slapstick, and I thought that was great. But then after I did the George Formby show, there's always the question, okay, what's your next show? And so I wanted to do something a bit more physical because I'd got this sort of 10 years of dance training. And I had a few people who I could have done biographies of, maybe Marcel, maybe Nureyev or someone. But Charlie Chaplin took the cake, and it sort of turned out perfectly. And so it's, in a way, a lot has come together for me in this show. And I think maybe that's why it sort of seems to work really well, and it helps that it's a solo show. It's just me, so travel accommodation costs are cheaper.
And the Edinburgh Fringe, which is obviously world famous, is this presumably your first time at the Edinburgh Fringe, is it?
Yeah, like, it's already selling super well, which is crazy because I've got lots of friends so I've been reaching out to all my sort of fringe mentor friends who are Edinburgh Fringe veterans, and hopefully we can have a good run.
And whoever's been doing your marketing has been doing a first-class job, because it keeps coming up every day on my feed, and that's exactly what you want.
Thank you, Stuart. That's wonderful, because it's literally just a one-man team. It's all me.
Well done, then, in that case. And, of course, I mean, that's what people don't realise sometimes, is that there's so much effort goes into these shows. Sometimes one person, like yourself, doing this. And it's a fantastic achievement. And it shows tremendous drive and ambition for yourself to actually put yourself on a world tour with no safety net, effectively.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Stuart. Yeah, it's definitely this is multiple full-time jobs sort of at the moment. Like it's every day of the week. I mean, just on Monday I got back I had a 6-day tour of regional Australia with my other show, with the Ukulele Man, the George Formby show. So that was last week. I had to go get my head back into that show and tour that one round, and then I get back to Canberra, where I'm from, on Monday. I host a variety show this Thursday, so I've got to sort of advertise that and organise all the acts, and then I fly to Scotland on Friday, so it's certainly go.
So what's the plans for the show long term? I mean, is this something you want to develop along with the George Formby show as well?
Yeah, good question. And I've been thinking about it quite a bit, actually, because a lot of the Edinburgh Fringe, the marketplace, they have all these questions about, okay, what are you interested in developing for screen? I kind of want to be an actor, I think, but also still trying to work that out. Anyway, but doing these shows is brilliant because it gives me so much stage time. I can write the perfect roles for myself. So, if no one else casts you, I just write the show myself.
That's right. No interviews to go into and all the rest of it.
Exactly.
Because you are the man.
I hate auditions.
Yes. Yeah.
And I like that the show is kind of like my CV. I sit on the borders between a lot of genres, and it's all kind of just to develop my skills as a performer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's great. Like, if you want to learn physical comedy, do a show about Charlie Chaplin.
Absolutely.
But then it's actually sort of taken off, and I've sort of kind of been hooked, and I'm now kind of addicted to I've got a taste for this world of, when you realise that you suddenly can write your own show, it totally changes your perspective on the arts industry and kind of the world of performing, because you kind of can be your own boss. If you want to do a certain role, you just write it. And the Fringe Festivals are wonderful because you can just write a show and you can perform it and you can tour it.
So many different aspects of Charlie Chaplin as well. I mean, the whole thing's called Smile, the story of Charlie Chaplin. And the reference to Smile, of course, is the fact that he wrote the song Smile, which everybody knows became a standard. Nat King Cole, of course, famously had a hit with it, and many people as well. But again, not many people will associate that song with the Charlie Chaplin.
Well, exactly, and that's another thing that's sort of hard to get your head around. It's totally become a jazz standard. Like, this is a song, this is one of a limited number of hit songs that are in the popular repertoire, and it's come from a physical comedian, sort of kind of the opposite of a musician. But he wrote the scores to all his films, a total polymath.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the show. There's a lot of, obviously, hard work that's gone into this, and we look forward to meeting you on the night, and also the very best of luck with not just the Fringe, but in all the other venues that you're doing across the world. And fair play to you for putting your money where your mouth is and really going for your ambition. Fantastic. Well done.
Oh, thank you so much, Stuart.
Well, it was a great way to start a long day of Fringe events. If you're into Charlie Chaplin, you'll enjoy this one-man show, no doubt about that. It has dance elements, storytelling through mime and dance and images as well, and you can see it at 11:10 in the morning through till the 25th. But as I speak, there are only a few tickets remaining. Now, one of the most controversial plays at the Fringe this year is Issy Knowles' one-woman play called Body Count, which is centred around a girl called Polly who wanted to boost her profile by sleeping with 1,000 men for a stunt, and Issy came onto the show to talk about it.
So I was really inspired to write this play. It began kind of late last year, when this phenomenon of OnlyFans stars using extreme sex acts to kind of advertise their platform was starting kind of gain speed and momentum and become a little bit more common. And it was the first instance where I think me and my friends, who all would consider ourselves quite radical feminists, had ever felt quite divided by something and confused by it. And there was just so much grey area surrounding it. And the conversations we were having in our group WhatsApps, I kind of started noticing that lots of other people were having as well. And it became this kind of conversation that I was really keen to take to the stage, because I couldn't really see it in terms of like the press or on social media. It felt like the whole conversation was a bit hijacked by the right.
People are doing some extraordinary things. Social media is right out there for everybody. You're being a former model yourself. And I guess through anger, I suppose, you decided to do something a little bit different to normal and put this in a play.
Yeah, I was quite worried, to be honest, just because there's so much heat around this subject. But it felt like something that deserved a bit more of an empathetic and kind of humane exploration. And really, this play is just a desire to start conversations and to encourage people to kind of not look at what I consider a bit of a witch hunt for these women, and to kind of scratch beneath the surface of what else is going on in society to cause these events to kind of exist, I guess.
And you play the part of Polly. Set it all up for us.
Well, I play Polly, and then I play several men in the queue that have come to sleep with her and partake in the event. And then I play several men from her past. And we meet this character kind of right at the beginning of this event. She's never done something like this, but it's kind of this hope that it will propel her into kind of mainstream media. And it's a bit of an exploration, I guess, of how women are objectified and treated by men in everyday life. Like, I guess what I felt quite strongly about was the fact that you don't have to be a sex worker to have encountered these quite negative experiences with men, which could lead you to feeling quite disconnected from sex. Because I think that's kind of what is at the heart of these events. Sex doesn't kind of mean what it used to mean a couple of years ago. It's definitely evolved into something where I think sex workers and women, they can quite successfully sever their brain and their heart from this act. And it's kind of looking at how in everyday life, I think a lot of women could relate to the fact that, you know, we've probably all had experiences that have led to that feeling without being paid for it, I suppose.
So what sort of audience are you expecting to come and see the show?
This, despite being, you know, the subject matter being quite shocking, it is a very funny play. I write comedy. So there is a lot actually to enjoy in this play, but there's a very strong message behind it. And I mean, what's interesting is the first previews we had, I was kind of expecting it to just be young people my age, mainly female, but we had a lot of people, kind of my parents' generation, who actually were really quite moved by the subject matter and had a lot to kind of add to it. And we had very interesting conversations after both shows. So I think actually, despite it feeling quite young and female-led, I think actually there's something for everybody to come and learn from this play.
And you mentioned there it was, you've already had a preview. It was launched in London, I believe, wasn't it? How did that all go? What was the reaction? Was it what you were expecting?
No, it was really terrifying because I think it is quite a confronting play. And I wrote a very funny play 7 years ago, which wasn't about sex. It was about the modeling industry, and like it had a lot of other themes. But what I think I'm learning with Body Count is the reaction is different every night. One night we had people laughing all the way through. They kind of really lent into the quite pitch black humor. The next night, I think people were a little bit more shocked, potentially, a bit more reserved. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where it lands every night with the Fringe.
And you're no stranger to the Fringe, because you mentioned Model Behaviour 2018. So it's been a wee while ago since you did that. But you will know, obviously, about the Edinburgh Fringe and what it's like and how it's changed, I suppose, since 2018.
Yeah, the Edinburgh Fringe has such a special place in my heart because it really was the beginning of my career 7 years ago. And I think it's such an incredible opportunity for new talent. You really couldn't find anywhere better in the world to launch yourself as like a writer or a performer.
There's no doubt about it. There's going to be a lot of comments coming in about it from people who've seen the show, people who are not quite sure what to expect, and then afterwards, and the word of mouth. So your opening few shows are really, really important, aren't they?
Yes, you want to kind of hit the ground running. And actually at Fringe, again, it's something that really separates it from any other like festival in the world, is that word of mouth is the most powerful thing you have.
Now, I'm sure there's nobody listening at the moment who doesn't know about OnlyFans. Some will have varying degrees of knowledge about it, but OnlyFans is a huge culture in 2025. But as a former model yourself, and presumably you've encountered a lot of women who put the need to earn big bucks through posting adult content above their own dignity.
It's interesting because I think when it comes to the question of OnlyFans, as a society, we're kind of saying, what can we do to stop women joining OnlyFans? And actually, I feel like the question is, why do so many women still feel like it's the only way that they can, gain a lot of financial wealth or power in their life? And I think it's quite indicative of the fact that despite how much progress has been made, there clearly is a glass ceiling. And that's why so many women end up turning to sex work. I'm really happy with where we've ended up. And I think at this point in my career, I'm really aware of the fact that you're not going to please everyone. So I think even if the response isn't great to this play, I know that the message that it's spreading is true. And to me, it speaks to what I feel the need to kind of say about all of this. So unfortunately, I think if it's going south, I'm just going to have to strap in for a really long, painful month.
I'm sure it won't, though. I'm sure it won't. But let's turn more to Issy Knowles now, because I want to know a bit more about yourself. 2018, obviously, you did model behaviour at the Fringe. That led to some pretty nice things for you, a lot of interest in your work. And I think that's important, isn't it, to get something behind you to move forward, because this industry is very, very unforgiving.
Yeah, and I think with, the booming of streaming and there being so many platforms that you can watch shows, I think I've really learned over the last couple of years that you've got to go with your gut instincts and be very true to your taste and what you want to say. Because I think as a creative, you can kind of fall into that trap in your early career, definitely, of trying to please everybody or trying to hit, a topic that, might be picked up that doesn't particularly interest you. And that's kind of been my guiding light since the Fringe, really, because my first show, it was just so from my heart. It was completely raw. It was really truthful. And then that's led to a career that I'm very lucky to kind of have enjoyed for the last couple of years.
And you're certainly not a one-trick pony, are you? Because I believe your next project's going to be on the subject of horror.
Yes. It's currently with Medusa, who are a really well-respected production company that made my favourite horror film, which is Robert Eggers' The Witch. And it all takes place in a cave. So it's so different. It's not glamorous at all. It's really dark and dirty, and there's no sex. I think it would be bad if all of my projects in some way had a lot of sex.
And of course you could set it in Edinburgh. There are plenty of caves down there.
Exactly. Actually, my dad has a house on the Isle of Skye, and that's where I spent a lot of my childhood summers. So the cave horror is actually set in Scotland as well.
Wow. And that's all very exciting, isn't it? To go from something that you've put down on paper, and then it grows wings and off it goes into TV or adaptations of a series or films or whatever. I mean, that must be really exciting for a young writer like yourself.
Oh, it's so exciting. And also, I wasn't particularly academic at school, and I still struggle to spell, not great with grammar. I didn't get a university education or anything like that. So for me, it was a bit of a surprise to discover that I could write, and especially writing comedy, which I think is quite specific. And especially to have come from a modelling background, it's a very random route that I've taken.
But you've been very successful with it. And also, I mean, your director, Mimi Pattinson, is involved with you. Both of you picking up awards left, right and centre. So you're doing something right.
Yeah, and what's wonderful, I think, is we're both quite young and we're female. And I think it would be wonderful. My hope with Body Count would be that we get investment and can kind of take it on somewhere in London. Because I think sometimes the creative industries, it can be quite closed and it can take, years and years to get in. But I think when you give young talent a chance, I feel like we've got our ear a bit closer to the ground than kind of people that are, sweeping the Olivier Awards or whatever. And I think it's worth investing in young vision.
And of course, as a writer as well and an actor, you're able to do both. I mean, do you prefer one or the other, or would you like to branch out more doing the acting or writing? How do you see your next, say, 5 years going?
I seem to prefer whichever one I'm not currently doing. So when I'm writing, I want to be acting, and when I'm acting, I want to be writing. I like the lack of responsibility that comes with acting, when you can kind of just turn up on set and just embody this character and say someone else's lines. Writing definitely carries a bit more weight. Me personally, I'm quite ethical with what I create. I want to make sure that whatever I'm putting out into the world, it needs to exist and it will leave it a better place than it kind of found it. I think I'd like one of my films or series to go into production and to be able to kind of watch it on a screen somewhere rather than just annoying my friends by talking about it for years and years. And I think continue with theatre, I think. I don't want to leave such a big gap. I left 7 years since my last play, and I think I'd like to write another one sooner than that in the future.
And is there a novel in the pipeline at all?
I don't think I have the attention span for a novel. I've got to be really driven and focused.
Does that mean that when you're writing stuff as well, you're looking to wrap up the story pretty quickly?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, a one-woman show, you only need to be talking for 50 minutes, so that's quite quick. And a horror film as well is only about 110 pages. So yeah, I think so. But, keep it moving.
Absolutely. Well, just finally, I'm always full of admiration for anyone who can get on stage, who can produce a dialogue from seamlessly nowhere for 50 minutes, for an hour or whatever. How do you go about it, learning your lines? I mean, you've got the advantage of the fact that you've written the thing, you're not learning it from someone else's pen, but it must still be pretty daunting.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing about one woman, especially when it's written by the same person. Like when you go on stage, you feel so vulnerable. Like everyone's looking at you. They know that you wrote it. They know that these are kind of your views. And it's really hard, I think, sometimes to walk on stage and be like, right, I'm going to put the writer in me aside and I'm just going to focus on the acting because I can't be on stage, imputing that, like, did that joke land? How could I rewrite it? Like, blah, blah, blah. But it's such a blessing and a joy, and I feel really lucky to be getting to do this and to be calling it my job. My sister's a nurse and has a proper job and works very hard, and I kind of get to do this, so I couldn't really complain.
Issy, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks so much.
Body Count is at the Green at the Pleasance Courtyard at 7:15 every day, apart from Wednesday, and many of our shows have already sold out. Now, Kevin Quantum is one of my favourite magicians from Edinburgh. He's a world-class act and reached the final stages of Britain's Got Talent by performing some really dangerous stunts, including walking through a number of swinging, flaming cannonballs. You'll probably remember that. Well, this year, he's playing the Assembly Rooms in George Street at 7:40 each night, apart from Tuesday. And here's the chat I had with him prior to his run at the Fringe. Kevin, in recent years, you've had one of the go-to shows at the Fringe. I know that was one of my favourite shows from last year, and you're back again with a brand new show.
Oh, Stuart, that's so kind of you. Thanks so much for you must be one of my very few super fans then, if you've already seen one show and want to come back. Yeah, back again. This is my 20th year in magic. It's not my 20th year at the Fringe, but it's my 20th year in magic, and I can't believe how fast the time's flown by, to be honest with you.
And it's called Unbelievable Magic for Non-Believers. How did you come up with that title?
I had this idea. I think it was called Magic for Non-Believers. I don't know where it came from. I can't remember now exactly. I think I had this idea of trying to do a magic show for skeptical people, and just tailoring it to them. And then there was a guy in America who was branded as something, like he called himself the magician for non-believers. And I was like, I reached out to him and he said it was too close. So then I decided to just try and change it a little bit. And then I spoke to my mate Gav Oates. Don't know if you know Gav Oates.
No.
He's a speaker. He's based in Edinburgh. He writes these great books that are bestsellers on Amazon, sort of self-improvement books. He's also a comedy friend of mine. We used to work as a comedy trio together many years ago. And he's often a go-to for me. I asked him and he goes, how about Unbelievable Magic for Non-Believers? And I really liked it. It's a mouthful, but the symmetry, I think it was nice. And obviously we might be alienating the largest part of our audience. But we'll try it out and see what happens.
What does the Fringe mean to you? Because obviously, you've embraced it and all its faults as well as all of its, positive bits as well. But it is something totally unique, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It's the month I look forward to most in the year. I get incredibly tired, exhausted, exhilarated. It seems to go on forever when you're just in the middle of it, but then it's over too soon once it finishes. It's changed for me over the years. I used to kind of be aware it was on, used to know it got busy in August, but it was all one big festival, and you didn't really separate them. Not until I finished university did I realise it was a whole bunch of things happened simultaneously. But Edinburgh, it's a different beast, because you've got 60 minutes and everything has to round into that 60 minutes. So oftentimes I just try and turn it into two halves, and the first half is all about rapport building, humour, getting to know the audience that's in that night, them getting to know me, and then usually the second half takes a bit of a twist and a turn, and I'll take it in whatever direction I want. And this direction this year is a bit more, a bit more freaky, a bit more eerie than previous years, and the nature of the piece is a bit more grown up. This show, I would say, is kind of more like a mix between Derren Brown and Brian Cox. Very much leaning into the physics side of it again, the idea of the science, being inspired by that and seeing where that takes me, but also a very personal story as well behind the whole thing. And then, of course, the visuals. I've got myself a Tesla coil this year. I'm not sure if you've seen one of those before, but this device that generates 1 million volts of electricity can be incredibly dangerous if it's not used the right way. And we use that as a little sort of set piece in the show. And the electricity actually came. I bought the Tesla coil a few years ago. I'd never worked out how I was going to fit it into a show. And then my designer said, "Hey, look at this." And I thought, that's interesting. It's weird how shows develop, but her design actually inspired my desire to use the Tesla coil that I'd bought in my show. So it was a bit of a roundabout route. I think it's going to be quite interesting and quite spectacular to see how people respond to it. It's like it generates bolts of lightning, all right? Very small ones, like 50 centimeters, but a bolt of lightning nonetheless. And lightning is very hot. The plasma that lightning creates is 5 times the temperature of the surface of the sun, for example. And the mini ones have the same thing. These things are hot. Right in the middle of this bolt of lightning is tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. You can't imagine how hot it is. It's so hot that it takes the oxygen in the air and it turns it into ozone, right? Gosh. You can see it. You can hear the crackle. It's incredibly loud. And also, if you're in the front row, you might be able to feel it as well. Your hair might start to drift up. It hits all your senses, and it's a super powerful theatrical tool. And I'm super excited. I don't know if anyone's ever used one in the Fringe before. It might be a Fringe first. I can't claim it as I've not researched it, but certainly I'll be using it to its full effect. So we've got the visual element. There's a really lovely story, a personal story, but the show fundamentally is about how we as humans are designed to try and make sense of randomness. You might see a bunch of random things that happen in your life and you think, it's a sign, it's a sign. We demonstrate that sometimes with weird TikTok videos that I've found that I've kind of turned into magic tricks, other times with spectacle like the electricity, and other times just with very silly magic, very beautiful to watch, but essentially silly magic tricks. So you should have this lovely sort of feeling at the end of, that sort of satisfied, sit back in your armchair smoking a cigar. That kind of vibe. That's what I hope,
And I think it's so important, isn't it, in presenting these illusions and the whole show to get the audience on your side right from the word go, and so that they're basically eating at the palm of your hands.
Yeah, if they don't like you, they won't listen to you. That's a rule. There's a very famous kind of Spanish magician called Juan Tamariz, and he's kind of like the Spanish Paul Daniels. He's written a whole bunch of magic theory books, but one of his rules about performance is make sure they like you. And that like can be defined as intrigued by you. You're right. You know what I mean? They might not want to have dinner with you, but there's some sort of weird attraction between you and the audience that can't be explained. Some sort of delicious, sometimes intimate, sometimes sexy, sometimes dangerous, sometimes playful appeal that develops a relationship. And I guess like with this show, I want to take the audience from something as ridiculous as feeding an audience member, magicking up an audience member breakfast. Just like that. But that's the opening routine, really. I'm making a bacon roll appear from nowhere and then feeding it to an audience member. 6 impossible things before breakfast, I'm going to call it. And then moving into something which is dangerous, like this Tesla coil, which, if I take that 1 million volts through my body in the wrong way, You know, it could stop my heart. It could go through my brain and cause weird things that happens in your head. You know, you are essentially creating a lightning bolt. You have essentially got two incredibly charged clouds. So I've got to be super careful for myself and my crew. I'm going to make sure that when it works safely, and the electricity has to stay on the outside of my body and not go through me, which is a lesson I'm constantly, you know, I've got big sheets of paper in the back of the prop reminding me how to use it in case I'm being daft, you know.
Because that's the thing as well. I mean, a lot of people go to a show and they think, oh, it looks dangerous, but it really isn't because they're taking all precautions. But from what you're telling us, you know, there is real danger there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course I'm taking precautions as well. But you can't... These are... Nikola Tesla, the famous... engineer, late 1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s. He's the guy that invented this. You know, he was around about the same time as Einstein. I don't think they ever met each other, but Einstein was very much theoretical, and this guy Tesla was making stuff, and this is one of his inventions, and it's old science, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but it's really spectacular. It's so impressive, and there's only a few thousand of these things that exist in the world, and they're all made by hand. There's not like a factory in China that blasts these things out. There's engineers and garages at the bottom of gardens that are wrapping bits of copper wire around these tubes, you know, to build these devices. It's like that. It's very much, every single one is a labour of love, a work of art. A deadly work of art in so many ways. You've got to respect it, of course. I mean, but I'm no stranger to danger. If you saw my show 2 years ago, I had this flaming cannonball rig that, you know, I had to literally put my faith in science to survive.
What about the pressure on you or any magician who's, you know, got a blank bit of paper in front of them? They know they've got, like, the Fringe next year, for instance. Where do you begin?
It's hard for me to sort of answer that question now because I never have a blank sheet of paper in front of me anymore. I've just got notes everywhere. I've got shows planned for the next 20 years. So many things I've just never been able to do, or extensions to acts that I'd love to do, but I've just not had the budget or the time or whatever to make them. So there's a million ideas. But yes, 15 years ago, it was a blank sheet of paper, and it was, what on earth am I going to do? And it used to be, you just speak to magicians and your friends and your family, and you just pull ideas from everywhere. You know, I remember I did this show years ago called Magic to Get Girls By, right? It was a really cheeky show. It was single, and the whole idea of the show was to see if magic made you more attractive, you know, right? It was very simple. You got some girls in the audience, because it was that long ago. I mean, these days I'd probably get some guys as well, but there was girls. You got some girls, right, how attractive am I? 1 to 10, give me a score. You know, you really make yourself vulnerable. And then you come back to those same girls at the end and say, all right, now you've seen me do magic. How attractive am I now? That came from a book. I bought this book, and it is a horrible book now, but it was called Tricks for Chicks, right? It was how to use magic to impress girls, right? And I was like, what on earth is this? And then from that, I used to talk about it in the show. I said, I got this book, it's a horrible book. And then I thought, but I wondered the idea, does magic make you more? So that was it. And there was a lot of silly magic in that one, but the premise was really strong. And I remember I had a first date routine. You know, I had this poor, unsuspecting spectator from the crowd to come down and to enjoy a first date with me on stage. And I was like pulling strawberries from behind their ear, producing glasses of Prosecco. You know, you start with a first date and you think, all right, where does it start? Where does it end? And then that's your roadmap. You know, you get it from life. But then time moved on, and Kevin Quantum appeared on the scene about almost 10 years ago now, and that literally happened because it was just funny for me that scientists who were working at the fundamental level of the universe, like quantum physicists, they were looking at the building blocks of how the universe is made. They just didn't have a clue about what was going on. So they would see these impossible things happening, and they were having to use the language of magic to describe them. You know what I mean? It's like the particle then vanished and then reappeared. You know, it's like, you don't have a clue, do you? You know, you're having to rely on this language that we've had like for thousands of years to describe what a conjurer would do on a street corner with a cup and a ball, right, to describe. And it made me laugh, you know. Then the particle transformed from one particle into, and you're like, this isn't science, this is magic you're talking. So that made me really chuckle, and it made me think maybe there's a bit of interesting stuff at that fundamental level that I can play with. And I've always been playing with science themes ever since, you know. And this show, particularly with the Tesla coil, you know, there's a bit of like, I don't want to call it pseudoscience, because I don't ever claim that I'm doing things that are unscientific, but you know, at the same time I have got a bit of creative license, because you're going to see a magic show, right? But there are things that are inspired by science, there are things that are pretty much magic or science, you decide. But yet, I mean, I've kind of gone around your question in a long way. The reason that I have so many things I want to say and talk about is because I'm a bit older now. I've got experience, I've got stories to tell, I've seen so much, I've been to so many different places, from St. Petersburg to Adelaide to Dubai to, you know, South America. I've been all over the world with magic, with holiday, and I've just got so many ideas. I go to the ballet, state circuses in Moscow. I've been to see all of these amazing. I went to the West End recently to watch Stranger Things. My friend Jamie, who's a magician, made all the special effects in that show. It's phenomenal. I surround myself with opera, with ballet, with theatre, with magic, with everything I can, just so I can absorb it all and then spout it out back at my paying audience myself. So I hope when you come to see me, you see something new, you see new ideas, you're surprised, you're enchanted, maybe some non-believers will become believers. I don't claim to want to convert anyone, but you know, I hope that you'll come out with a lot more questions and thinking to yourself. Because like the personal story that I tell is a sliding doors story. You know, it's a moment of. You remember the movie Sliding Doors? This British blockbuster movie where there's two parallel stories about this person who manages to get on an underground train just before the doors shut, and the same person who just misses those doors and gets stuck on the outside of the underground train, and they both have completely different lives and stories. And that is interesting to me, and certainly in the context of the show, when it comes to where you as a person find meaning in your life. The same thing could happen to two different people and have two completely different meanings in their mind, and that's what really I'm sort of pushing at with this show. And if you come out just thinking about how you see your life and how maybe if you saw it a different way things might get better for you, then maybe that would be pretty cool.
We're in the world of social media now as well, which has gone crazy over the years, people revealing how tricks are done. And does that actually annoy a magician?
I can tell you right now that any professional magician working, every single one that I know that works, especially in the theatre industry, the sort of size of scale that I'm at, no one gives a shit, because the percentage of people that watch these exposure videos is tiny, because no one cares. Knowing how a magic trick's done, just no one gives a shit, you know. And you could show someone how a magic trick's done and then show them the same trick the next day in a slightly different way, and they'd be completely fooled by it. It honestly, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. It might sound weird, but I just don't care. The tricks are, obviously you want to be amazed when you go to a magic show, but there's so much more supporting framework and architecture and scaffolding that goes into a show than just being amazed by a magic trick. You know, there's, oh God, yeah. I mean, we've already talked about likability, persona, storytelling. You know, an audience wants to feel like they're going on a journey. The reason that you come out of a Derren Brown show skipping and whistling is because he makes you feel good about yourself. He makes you feel smarter than when you went in.
And it's amazing, isn't it, the amount of new magicians who are coming on the scene, and they've all got to find their own stamp because it is highly competitive. There's a lot of bout, and of course on television as well, there's not that many slots about. I mean, we see people like Harry Moulding coming through, for instance, winning BGT a few months ago, and I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was really good. To have a magician actually win the thing, I know you got to the final stages, etc., but you must have applauded the fact that, wow, you know, our industry is going to get a boost because of this.
This guy Harry's managed to capture the hearts of the nation, right? That's what it's showing, right? And that's maybe not magic. That's maybe just him, because he's actually quite a nice guy.
Yes, you're
I've
right.
seen him perform before, and it just so happened that magic was the thing that he was doing, and this was the right year for magic, and there's not been a magician that's won it in a long, you know what I mean? There's a bunch of stuff that's all come together, and right place, right time, and Harry being so good and likeable, and it really worked out well for him. So, fair play. I'm always really happy seeing magicians do well.
We're all amazed at what you do, of course, but who amazes you? Who inspires you in the magic world? Because I'd imagine you're the most difficult audience if you're a magician yourself, but you want to get that wow factor like we do.
Well, yeah, Dead and Brown, of course. I mean, I feel lucky to be alive at the same time that he's been alive. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't say we're friends, but I'm sure he knows who I am as I know who he is. So I think he's the best of us. I was completely blown away by David Blaine when he came to Edinburgh on tour. I think it was just after or just before COVID, I can't remember now. It was such a character-driven show. I just didn't know how David Blaine, close-up TV magician, would work on a 3,000-seat theatre at the Playhouse here in Edinburgh. But my God, he stole the show. What a delightful way to spend an evening. Such a great performer. I just was blown away by his range and what he managed to do on stage. Just one of the best magic shows I've ever seen. Penn and Teller, of course, they're always going to be huge fans of theirs. The fact that they're able to bring politics and so much more messaging into their show. It's not just entertainment. There's a level of depth and intrigue that other magicians have really struggled to do. So those are names that everyone knows. I mean, I was a huge fan of Paul Daniels. He influenced me hugely.
Now, here's a question for you. Is anything possible?
I tend to think so. I mean, with caveats, of course. There's a famous magician, passed away a year or two ago now, David Berglass. His catchphrase was, "The impossible, I do it every day. Miracles take a little bit longer." And I quite like that. I think almost every single problem you can come across, there will be a solution. And that solution might be so difficult and annoying that it's not worth actually solving the problem anymore. I go in with an incredibly open mind to most projects and most adventures, thinking it's possible. And I might find that, as I say, the solution's incredibly cumbersome or expensive or time consuming or whatever. So it's just not worth pursuing. And then I might try and change the question a little bit. I know it's a cheesy thing to say, but ultimately, yeah, I think the answer is yes.
And I suppose you have a list of things as well on your bits of paper of, I wonder if I can solve this. And probably those same questions have been on your paper for about 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, you could pose something right now, is it possible to stand on the surface of the sun? What's your first instinct to that question? It's no. It's not physically possible for you to stand on the surface of the sun. And then you think to yourself, let's reframe this now. Let's bring in an astrophysicist who knows what the sun looks like, the surface of the sun looks like. Let's bring in a virtual reality expert who can take that vision and animate it. Let's get the best virtual reality glasses and stick them on you. Let's assume, let's bring in a few heaters to warm up you. You can find a way to replicate that to a point where it's almost indistinguishable from it, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, physically, am I going to drop my body on the surface of the sun? I think no. I mean, what would be the point in that anyway? Nothing could exist there. You'd instantly vaporize, right? It doesn't matter what. But you can find a way to put yourself in a situation. The point of that is to experience what it would be like on the surface of the sun, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the fundamental thing beneath what the question is you're asking. And that is something you can solve, right? You can get to the heart of it and you can find a way to do it. So yeah, that's my caveat. I know that maybe I'm backtracking and bullshitting a wee bit there, but that's how I would box it.
I always expect a high-quality show from Kevin Quantum, and I certainly wasn't disappointed this year. I particularly loved the opening where he does some breakfast magic. And if you want to know what that's all about, go and see his show. He's always very, very polished in his presentation, another world-class operator, and you can see his show at the Assembly Rooms in George Street at 7:40 every night, apart from Tuesday. Switching from magic to comedy, and one of Scotland's top comics is Jamie MacDonald, a blind comedian who's getting a very high profile indeed for his appearances on TV, including Have I Got News for You? He's a very funny man, and we spoke before his run at Dram at the Gilded Balloon at 4:15 every afternoon. Jamie, welcome to the programme. You're in Sheffield at the moment, I understand.
I am indeed, sunny Sheffield. Yeah, we've got a hosepipe ban.
Oh, have you?
Just living with that nightmare.
We don't get things like that in Scotland.
I know. I'm longing for the day I could just go out with gay abandon with my hose, just wherever I like. But not now. Now our reservoirs are very low.
Well, you wait till you come up to the Fringe, because it will start raining then, no doubt about it. But it's a shortish run this year, isn't it? You're taking in the latter part of the Fringe.
Yeah, I am from the 15th to the 24th, the last 10 days. I'm getting too old to do the full run. I've done 7 full runs before, and it kills you. So it's good to get a nice 10 seems like a nice stretch. It's still going to be quite intense, but I can take it at a gentleman's pace.
And it is difficult, isn't it, the Fringe? I was talking to other artists and other shows who are going to be there, and it can be absolutely wonderful with the atmosphere, but it can also be really brutal. And if you put yourself up for like 24 shows or something, and it's the unknown, isn't it? You don't know if anyone's going to turn up, you don't know what time you're going to be on, and is the right time for you? All this kind of thing. You're actually on at 4:15, which I think is quite a good slot, because you're getting away from all the kind of the peak shows, if you like, where everyone's going for, and there's a lot of competition about, but people also want to come in early, get the atmosphere, and take in a show, early doors.
That is exactly the thinking behind it. I think 4:15 to 5:15, because I've normally been on about anytime between 7 and midnight, and I think I'm going to be commuting to Glasgow quite a bit over the 10 days, so finishing at 5:15. It's terrible that I'm trying to frame this and everything that makes my life easier, but it's going to be quite nice to finish at 5:15, and then I can go and catch some of the big shows as well, which I'm looking forward to.
But you've earned the right, haven't you? Because this is your 8th time, I think, at the Fringe, isn't it?
Yes, this is going to be run number 8, and best show yet, as I say with every run. So
you get better like a fine wine.
Like a fine wine, yeah, and you don't want to get me on your top. But it's I'm looking forward to it. I think I last was at the Fringe in 2022, and that was the year, I don't know if you went, of the bin strike. And
oh yes, that's right.
That was quite something. It's like, I was just amazed at how much. Yeah, after kind of day 1, I was like, bin, what are you idiots? We don't make much mess. This is fine. Get to day 3, it was just absolute filth up to your oxters. So I hope I'm looking forward to having a kind of odour and bin bag and rat free run in August.
Well, I'm fascinated, obviously, because everyone who's seen you before, they know that you're blind. It's even more of a challenge to put shows together, I'd imagine, because if we go and write something, we just take it for granted. We write something down, but you do things like voiceovers and work to scripts and things like that. So how do you go about it? I'm really fascinated.
Yeah, I suppose I probably commit. The main difference probably with the way I work is I probably commit stuff to memory earlier, because I don't, if you go work in progress, the guys are up on stage and they've got their notepads and they're working through it, whereas I will record it in my pocket and I'll have it all memorised, and then I'll go home and pick it apart that way to see what landed and what didn't. And so you get to the same end. I mean, I've got my bigger challenge is actually finding the venue. Once I'm there, I'm fine. But that's really the main thing. It's just I like writing. I will do ad-lib and wee bit on stage and stuff, but I like to kind of knit shows together and do callbacks and make them quite tight like that. So I enjoy the writing process, maybe.
And why become a comedian?
I was a banker when I came out of uni back in the day, and I didn't like it. I wasn't very good at it. I just ended up in it because it was a job, and I had a degree in ancient history and law, and people preferred the law to the ancient history. Surprise, surprise. And I get into the banks in London, and oh god, it was rotten. But there was a comedy club in Shoreditch called the Comedy Cafe, I think it was called that. Yeah, and it's not there anymore, but I kind of always loved comedy growing up, and I started doing open mic spots, kind of moonlighting a little bit, and loved it, absolutely loved it, but thought, I can never do this as a job. But then the credit crunch came in and we all got booted out. It's fantastic. So I thought, well, I'm not not gonna. They're only going to keep the cream of the cream in the banks, and I am certainly not one of them. So it was a kind of serendipitous moment where I just kind of, I hadn't quit the job, so I was fine. You know, I think to quit a decent job to get paid nothing is quite. It's an interesting move. So I didn't have to do that. I just pursued it and just went to the Fringe in 2013 and loved it.
And how did the audiences react to you back then? Because we live in a world now where there's a lot more opportunities for people in all walks of life who are disabled in any kind of way. Have you experienced that over the past few years that it's become a lot more easier for people to get into, you know, the mainstream?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been knocking at the doors. I think, like, what I had that thought, because you've got a contract with an audience and you have to be honest with them. So if you just put yourself in a post and say Jamie MacDonald and then you rock up with a white stick and you can't see, people, rightly or wrongly, are going to go, what? She should have said. So I thought, well, I'll do the poster, I'll have me with my white stick busting through a Venetian blind, and I'll call the show That Funny Blind Guy. And if you don't get it from that, right, you're a moron. So, you know, I'm upfront and honest, and actually it's a USP. That's what you kind of need in this industry, and people quite enjoy basically the kind of interactions between able and disabled. Is kind of where I lurk, and I put people, you know, I kind of just. I mean, comedy is nothing new. Like, you don't do anything new in comedy. You just say something that actually happens, and you maybe point it out or exaggerate it and put it back on people, and that's where the fun is. When people go, "Oh my God, I do that." Or, oh my God, should I be laughing at this? You know? So and now, I mean, there's loads of us now. So there's Rosie Jones, there's Lost Voice Guy, there's Chris McCausland, of course.
Yes.
And everyone, it's now gone from, okay, we need to have more disabled people on the bill because they're moaning about it, to actually they're good comedians. It's
yes.
That's what I like about comedy. It's a meritocracy. If people won't fake a laugh just because you can't see. Sometimes I wish they'd stop smiling because I can't see that. They would just actually laugh. But you know, it's if you make people laugh, you get rebooked, and that's what I like, the honesty of that.
Yeah, that is the bottom line. And of course, you have been rebooked. You've done a lot of television. Have I Got News for You? Which is like an iconic thing. I mean, every comedian wants to appear on there, and you got the gig.
I did, done it 3 times now, and the first time was quite funny because, like, and I actually talk about this in the Fringe show that went on, and we, you know, because, you know, there's video and picture rounds and Have I Got News for You, like loads of them.
Yeah.
It's all very visual, and like we just thought, you know, I don't want to change formats of established shows just, you know, to you know, for my thing, you know, you can have some fun with it. So I thought, well, just if something comes up for, like, I'll just guess what it might be, you know. and then it was Twitter back then, and Twitter storms. People all went mad on, like, my behalf, saying, like, oh, the BBC and Have I Got News for You have exploited this poor little blind man. It's like, shut up. Like, I knew exactly. Of course I was in a joke, patronising sods. So it was a weird experience, like, having to kind of go on. And I remember I went on and I tweeted something like, last night was a brilliant experience. I appreciate everybody's I don't know, offence on my behalf, but at no point did I feel excluded. And somebody said, like, shut up, it's not about you, this is crap, you know. It's like, it is about me. So I couldn't do anything. I just had to wait for it to kind of, as like any storm does, just calm down eventually. It was weird.
And I suppose as well, when people turn up and see you, I mean, very early on, I've never seen you live, of course, but I have seen clips on the YouTube, etc., and you seem to break the ice right from the word go, and it's like, you know, the first 30 seconds, the first minute, very, very important, I suppose, and you nail it.
I mean, you've got to grab them. Like, I think, I've done a lot of openers, but I mean, what normally happens in a club is I'll get walked onto stage by a staff member, and then they'll leave me on the stage with a microphone, and I'll just kind of look bewildered and just say, I just asked that guy to take me to the toilet. And it just always gets them, because people are like, oh God, what's going on here? What, you know, and then I kind of say stuff like, oh, I know what you're thinking, like, for God's sake, it's Friday night, are we not guilty enough? You know, that kind of, and so it's good. And then as long as, like, the audience basically a kind of mirror of yourself. If you're relaxed and having fun, so are they. But vice versa, if you're actually tensed up and having a dreadful time, it'll all be awkward, and it's quite, it can be quite. Luckily, I've not had that too often, but yeah, it can be quite. Well, you sweat a lot when that happens.
Yes. So what's the new show about then? When people come to see you this time, what have you got for them?
Well, the show is called Toxic Bastard, and or Toxic, as I've been saying in other interviews, Toxic Barstool. And basically, at the moment in society, the villains are kind of white, middle-class, straight males. And they're all just kind of thought of as these overprivileged, toxic barstools, which is fair enough or whatever it is, but purely because I can't see, everybody thinks I'm lovely. I am not toxic. I can't be. How can I be? I'm a lovely little disabled person. I must be innocent and cuddly. And that might be the case. That might be the case, Stuart.
I'm sure it is.
But I should have the right to be a bastard if I want to be. And and as I talk about it, I'm not allowed. Anytime I do anything vaguely toxic, people just think it's my disability flaring up. And that's what I talk about in the show. It's basically people's right to be bastards.
Well, you've whet the appetite, that's for sure. What's coming up after the Fringe for you then? Because obviously your career's going really, really well, and new opportunities and things popping up for 2026, no doubt.
Yeah, I'd like to go and do the Australian festivals and stuff, but because they're meant to be excellent fun. But I'm also trying to do. We've had a little bit of a commission to write a couple of things for the BBC, so I'm focusing on that and trying to do a lot more writing. I just enjoy writing, so writing and acting and just trying to do it more and more TV. And I'm also having a meeting with a social media company because I can now no longer resist it. It is the new norm. I cannot be the old guy that hates Instagram, so I have to pay somebody to like it for me.
Well, things are certainly happening for you and continuing to happen, which is great news, and I think you're going to be one of the stars of this year's Fringe yet again. So Jamie, thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much, Stuart.
Jamie MacDonald, well worth a visit to his show, and he's playing at the Dram at the Gilded Balloon at 4:15 every afternoon. Next up, we'll hear from one of the best up-and-coming magicians, Luke Osey. This is my look at this year's Edinburgh Fringe. I'm Stuart Cameron, and it's impossible to talk about the thousands of different shows taking place, but hopefully we're giving you a little taster of one of the best events on the calendar. Someone I'm very much looking forward to seeing next week is the brilliant magician Luke Osey, who's involved in 3 shows this time out, and when I spoke to him earlier in the run, he told me all about them and discussed the many aspects of magic.
I'm sort of producing with 2 of my business partners 3 shows total. So I'm in 2 shows. I'm in 1 hour of Insane Magic and my solo show Luke Osey, The Magic Hangover. And then as a team, we're also producing a variety show called 1 Hour of Insanity. Now, 1 hour of Insanity and 1 hour of Insane Magic are family-friendly shows. In fact, we encourage people to come with their families. There's stuff in it for absolutely everyone. We don't have like a target audience. The show is literally for everyone. My show that is later on is definitely an adults only show. It's a little bit more risque, a little bit more naughty. There's a nice narrative to it. Sure, some of the things I talk about and some of the items and things that feature in the show are definitely not PG. Some people might not like it, but hey, you've already bought a ticket at that point, so I don't mind.
Tell me about Luke Osey.
I've been a magician for, as long as I can remember. I got into magic through watching people like Dynamo and Penn and Teller, and funny enough, it all came full circle. I started working as a magic consultant, and I ended up as a writer on one of Stephen Frayne, formerly known as Dynamo's TV shows, and working as a social media consultant. I then went on to do Penn and Teller Fool Us, which is their show in the States where you go on with a trick that you've come up with and you try to fool them. Spoiler alert, I didn't. But it was an amazing experience, and it was a nice full circle moment as well. And I've been performing for about 4 years now, doing the sort of comedy magic stuff, and I've been part of Insane Magic for the last 3 years.
And it's interesting you mentioned Dynamo, or obviously his new name now that he's going under, and Penn and Teller. I mean, Penn and Teller are absolutely top of the tree, aren't they? And I mean, you've used a quote from them who said that you were terrific. It doesn't get much better than that.
Exactly. They're lovely guys, and I remember just hearing them say on stage, they said, "You really know how to please us with an act, and you're terrific." And that was just amazing to hear.
How do you go about putting on a show? Because, I mean, there's so many magicians, and, I mean, the bar has really been raised very, very high, and that's the challenge, I suppose.
Exactly. There is, and I'll say this with chess, there is some diabolical magic in our shows that you will watch and you'll go, how on earth does that work? And it's not all just small tricks either. In Insane Magic, we've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 illusions in it, and they're big box illusions. And the difference is you're not going to see someone on social media revealing them because they don't have the means to do it. It's normally someone in their lounge sitting on a sofa showing you a quick card trick, whereas we're doing grand scale illusions and a lot of things that we've designed as well, so you won't see them in any other show, meaning you wouldn't see anyone reveal them because no one else does them.
Now, as a magician yourself then, do you ever get kind of fooled yourself and you think, that's one that I can't actually figure out? Just like Penn and Teller sometimes don't know.
I get fooled every day, to be honest. I really love watching magic, and especially live magic. So at the Edinburgh Fringe, I'll go see as many magic shows as I can. When I was in Vegas, exactly a year ago actually, I saw as many magic shows as I could because I love it. And I love getting fooled as well. I think there's that feeling in all of us when you don't understand how something works. But it's not just magic that I get fooled by. I've got no idea how a battery works or a floppy disk works or a record vinyl. It doesn't make any sense to me. And that's the same feeling I get from magic. I have the benefit of looking at it in a slightly different perspective and sort of working out, sure, I might know how 95% of tricks work, but I'm constantly getting fooled by magic. There's a big magic competition called FISM, which is effectively the Magic Olympics. And unfortunately, I couldn't make it. It was held in Italy this year. But some of the magic there, I will get fooled by every act I see there because the calibre is so high.
Wow, that's really interesting. And I mean, I love magic as well. I mean, I'm going to see Derren Brown shortly, who's my kind of all-time number one. I've seen him about 15 times now. Wow. And I even came back the next day because I'd seen the show and I thought, right, I know what's coming now. And I still couldn't work it out. And he was so entertaining. And I think, you've got to have something a little bit extra than just the tricks. You've got to have personality to really put a show together. And as a punter, you want to come out there with the wow factor and thinking, wow, how was that? How did that happen?
Yeah, I think you're right in that it's obviously not just the tricks, right? A lot of people could do a show with some really good magic, but they might not be able to hold a room. And it's everything else that comes with it, like the comedy aspect of it, the relationship between performers on stage, and just the natural and practiced charisma that you have on stage. I think Charlie Caper is a prime example of someone that is just a phenomenal magician. I mean, there is nothing that man does that hasn't been rehearsed for 10,000 hours. He really is a prime example of a fantastic proper magician. And I say proper magician sort of in quotes, and that he's doing real magic. And I don't mean he's casting spells, but he's doing magic that takes a lot of rehearsal, takes a lot of practice, and it's just amazing to watch.
I mean, the sleight of hand was amazing. And I went to see it, I must have been 4 times last year. And it was the same act, obviously, but I was totally spellbound for the whole thing. And I brought other people in to see him. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? If you go there, enjoy a show, and you've got the wow factor, you're going to tell your friends and they're going to come along as well. And that's how it all begins.
Exactly. I've seen Charlie Caper's show, I think, about 4 times also. And I will keep going back because it's just amazing. He always catches me out with, I mean, without spoiling too much, that bow tie, right? It's just phenomenal. I'd highly recommend anyone that hasn't seen him go see his either his free Fringe show or his new paid show, which
That's right, the robots.
Yeah,
and
I've
he's
seen
really
some of
into
his
that,
robots.
isn't he?
He's very into his robots, and I've seen quite a lot of his robots, and they are fantastic. He's got a little robotic dog that follows him around, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing as well, because I went back, because of the bow tie, I won't give anything away, but I wanted to know how he did it, and I was focused for the whole show on that bow tie, and he still got me, even though I knew what I was looking for, and that sleight of hand and everything else, and the bottles and everything else is absolutely phenomenal, it really is. But back to your show, because we'll be talking to Charlie later on in the programme, but you mentioned you were a consultant, a magic consultant. What does that involve, and how do you get involved in that?
Really good question. I think it's partially right place, right time. I've always had a really sort of different approach to magic and how I sort of see method and stuff. A magician might be working on a TV show and I think, I could really do with, for an example, some quick magic tricks. That used to be my speciality, was sort of 10-second tricks. Then I might get a phone call and they say, we need a few more visual cutaway magic tricks. Can you help us out with it? And I'd go in and pitch them 10 ideas. But you're effectively a ghostwriter for a magician as a consultant, right? You go in, you give them some trick ideas, and then you might have to build them or they might do them, and that's about it.
You mentioned a few magicians who you particularly like, particularly at the Fringe, etc. Who's your all-time favourite? Who's the one that you love to see on stage and maybe hang out with as well and share ideas? Who's your number one?
I don't know if I could do one because everyone's so amazing at the Fringe. I'll reel off.
Pick a top 5 for us then.
There's so many fantastic magicians outside of Fringe that I love watching. Like Darren Brown, you mentioned. I will never get bored of watching Darren. He is just a phenomenal showman. And also, some of the people in Vegas, like as I said, Penn and Teller and Paul DeBeck. There's so many amazing acts out there. Sort of in a Fringe circuit, my recommendations for people to watch, and certainly people that are lovely off stage as much as they are on stage, are people like Charlie Caper, Ben Hart, Dom Chambers, who I don't believe is doing a show this year. He's doing a kid show, Mojo and Jimmy. So if you've got kids and you want to see some amazing magic, go see that. On top of that, Ruben Moreland is a great friend of mine and a phenomenal performer. Tom Bolton is also a very good friend of mine. In fact, I'm staying at his house right now, and he's a fantastic performer. So yeah, there's a few names off the top of my head.
One of my favourites that you didn't actually mention there is, who I've never seen, I don't think he's even been over in Britain, is Chris Angel.
Yes. I've never seen his show, but I've heard his Illusion show is absolutely mental, and I would love to see it at some point. Next time I'm in Vegas, I will for sure check it out.
Yeah, because his television programmes seem to have dried up here, but I used to kind of watch them on various television stations on the internet, but he was always very, very good. Mind Freak, I think they were called.
Yeah, Chris Angel is fantastic. He's not doing the TV stuff so much, I think, because his Vegas shows have just taken over, really.
Now, are you magically going to make that dog disappear?
I didn't even know there was a dog here. That's quite worrying, isn't it? That's quite concerning. That's the first time I've heard that dog. I didn't even know. There was a big delivery of dog food come today, and I looked at it and I thought...
That's the clue.
Yeah, I was like, they don't have a dog here. I haven't seen a dog in the last 24 hours, but sure enough, it's revealed itself, so that's good.
Well, before you go, what have you got planned in the near future? I mean, ambitions-wise as well, maybe some television, etc. What's the next step as you go into 2026?
We would absolutely love to do an Insane Magic TV show. That is just really one of our main goals. TV is not as much of a thing now as it used to be, but I've got such a passion for not only working and just watching great TV, and I think we could bring something new and something really interesting. So, and I think it's more looking down the streaming platforms route right now, so Netflix and Amazon Prime and things like that. But we'd absolutely love to do a TV show, and also we'd love to do a national tour. We haven't really done a proper one.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've done the occasional show everywhere. We'd love to do a, Scotland and England at the very least, and Wales maybe tour. Our show it lends itself to touring. We're doing a few one-off shows. We're doing one at Grangemouth Town Hall in November, and we're doing one in Berkhamsted down in England in October. But other than that, I'd love for us to do like a 20, 30 date tour at some point.
Well, look, it's going to be interesting. I'm coming to 2 of your shows anyway, the Insane Magic and the Magic Hangover. So I'm looking forward to seeing you, and I wish you all the best on the Fringe.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you and hearing your thoughts on the shows.
Luke Osey, and his main show is called The Magic Hangover, which can be seen at 9 o'clock every day till the end of the run at the Penny at Gilded Balloon Patter House. He's also in another couple of shows, and if you go to edfringe.com, you can go searching for those details and plenty more besides. As we heard earlier, the Royal Mile is where everyone showcases and promotes their shows. There's plenty of street theatre too, but on Thursday I paid another visit, bumping into a variety of people trying to sell tickets for their own brand of entertainment. Here's a flavour from that walk along the Royal Mile.
Capital T Tragedy right here, 5-star rated, sold out last year's Fringe, selling out this year's Fringe. Come catch Antigone as you've never seen it before, right here at the French Institute.
This is an example of the kind of people who are putting out leaflets for their shows. Who are you, sir?
My name is Gabriel Bird, and I'm giving flyers for the company Mythography. We're doing Antigone right here at the French Institute. It's the upstairs, it's a beautiful room, it's the assembly hall, right next to St. Giles Cathedral. You can't miss it, it's on George IV Bridge.
And you've literally got about 5 seconds to convince people as they're going past. Very difficult job.
It is a very difficult job indeed. I've been doing it for about 4 years now, refining the craft. The good thing with a show like this is that it's very easy to sell. The show it's a classic Greek tragedy, but it was written in 1944 by Jean Anouilh during the occupation by the Germans in Paris. And basically this is an updated version of that script. It's full of rage, it's full of tragedy, it's full of anger, it's full of life that wants to be lived.
And plenty of passion.
Plenty of passion, plenty to go around.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. God bless. Cheers.
Okay, well, we've got 2 rival shows. Well, they're not. Everyone's friendly here. There's no rival shows. We'll start with 70s Rewind because this is my era. Okay? Now, who do we have here?
My name is Maddie Fraser. I'm Jordana Lilly.
And that's not a Scottish accent.
No, we're from Los Angeles.
All the way to the Fringe.
We have.
Wow,
Just
how
for
did
you.
that come about?
Our other castmate does a Joni Mitchell tribute show, and she's been doing it the past couple of years at Fringe. So we're doing it at the same theater. We're doing it at Le Monde. It's a hotel at the Dirty Martini.
Which venue number is this?
47. Yeah, we'll see you there.
Tell us about the show, 70s Rewind.
70s Rewind, it's a show about the Bee Gees, and they're breaking up at the turn of the decade, and they each try and forge a new path as individual artists, joining other bands. So we get to see Fleetwood Mac, the Eagles, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and we're in drag the whole time, and we're singing and playing live instruments.
And it's about friendship and family and music, and it's fun for all.
And how's it going so far?
Pretty good. We had a sold-out show in Los Angeles. Our shows start Friday the 15th.
Yeah, we just got here yesterday,
Oh,
so
wow.
opening night's on Friday.
I've got you just at the right time.
Yes.
Yeah,
And our
perfect.
opening night is almost sold out. So
Wow,
yeah.
that's great. Well,
Yeah.
best of luck to you
Thank
for that.
you so
Fantastic
much.
subject, 70s Rewind.
Thank
over here we have a rival who's 11:30 at the Gilded Ballroom at the Patter House.
Yes.
This is 10 Things I Sung About You. Who do we have here?
I'm Zach.
Tell us about the show.
Well, the show is based on 10 Things I Hate About You. It's kind of loosely based on that. A lot of great songs. We're a group from Bristol University, but I think we're doing a pretty good job. Third show done and dusted. Very good this morning, yeah.
We'll give you big confidence for the run right to the 25th.
Just our voices should keep it up, and we'll be fine, I reckon.
And of course you're enjoying the atmosphere of the Edinburgh Fringe.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. First time.
11:30, Hatcher House, 18th of August to the 23rd of August, and we wish you all the best with it.
Thank you very much.
We've got another couple of, I think, competitors actually. One's Aquapella, the other one is called Accidentally Acapella. So we're talking 2 acapella shows, but 2 different shows. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Poppy. I'm from Northern Lights. I am just a mezzo and an alto this year. And we've coming to the end of our show now, but hopefully going to be back next year with a different show.
What sort of reaction have you had?
Very positive, actually. We've had people really enjoy it. Our reviews have all been very good. Based in Durham University, we're all students. We're all doing different degrees, all different ages. Actually, only one person doing music.
How long does it take to put something like this together?
So we learned all the music and stuff at the end of last term, and then we had a week to kind of put together all the choreography and to just make sure everyone knew their parts and knew what was going on. But yeah.
And the whole experience of the Edinburgh Fringe, you're obviously enjoying it, enjoying the weather.
Oh my word, the weather's lovely today. It does get hot in the shows though, can confirm. But no, it's so much fun. It's my first time at Fringe, so I've had the most amazing time. Flyering's been really fun. Obviously, seeing other a cappella groups as well. It's really good fun.
So let's talk about this other a cappella group.
yes.
You're not the only one. Actually, there's a lot of a cappellas, isn't there?
Tell me
Who
about
are you,
it.
first of all?
So I'm Dan, and I'm the president and the only Scottish member of Aquapella.
And tell us about Aquapella.
Aquapella are based down in Bath, Bath University. We do very similar to them throughout the year. We compete against them. Normally don't beat them, but the Aquapella community up here at Fringe is very tight, and it's a great experience for everyone to, after you get done with the hustle and bustle of your show just to go out with everyone else and have a great time. If you've watched the movie Pitch Perfect, the competition in that movie is real. You get groups from the UK and groups from all over America competing to win the ICCA's, the International Championship of Collegiate A Cappella, and that's a competition where if you win it, you can say, yeah, we're the best collegiate a cappella group in the world, and that's quite a big distinction.
It was Poppy I was talking to, wasn't it? And just turn around a moment. No, there's no knife in the back or anything, is there?
Absolutely not.
Very friendly.
Oh, we're very friendly. We're all students at the end of the day, just trying to get degrees done. But we do this for fun. It's a cappella is such a niche thing, and sometimes you just got to realise that, yeah, there's not many of us. So let's just be friends with each other.
Aquapella presents a night to run away.
Yes, we have a set of 10 songs. It's they're all about kind of escaping the everyday life. The scene that you see in the universities comes with all sorts of choreography, all sorts of jumping and and the music quality has got far better than just singing 4 parts like you do in choir. It's much different.
Congratulations. Good luck with the rest of the show.
So
and for you, it's basically over, but you've had a great time.
Yes, an amazing time, and we'll be back next year.
The next leaflet I've been handed is The Magic Game, hosted by magician Dave Rubens. And of course, Dave, you have to go out and flyer yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got some friends to help me as well, but I like to get out and get stuck in. Why not? I think it's just as fair to get stuck in as everyone else.
That's what the Fringe is all about.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm here to get a good audience and have a good time.
Tell us about the show.
So the Magic Game, it's a half magic show, half game show. It's a little something I came up with myself. I wanted to come up with something unique, and 2 audience teams battle it out to win the game. And obviously there's a lot of magic along the way. We have a lot of fun. There's a bit of action, there's a bit of kind of classic game show, kind of quiz type element as well. And yeah, we have a good time.
And you've been to the Fringe before, presumably?
Yes, I've been coming since about 2015. Before that, as just somebody watching shows as well. I love it. It's one of the reasons that I ended up moving to Edinburgh, to be honest.
All right, where are you originally from?
So I grew up in South Wales. And down there, there's not many festivals or anything like that, and we came up here on holiday, and I just fell in love with the place. I fell in love with the Fringe and the Highlands and everything about Scotland. I love it.
You're a magician from Wales. What can you do about the rugby team?
I'm not a miracle worker, I've got to be honest. I'm joking. Obviously, they're having a hard time at the moment. It comes in cycles, doesn't it? Eventually, they'll come round, and I'm sure they'll get things back on track.
We keep saying that about Scotland, it never comes round.
I mean, some longer than others, I guess.
Well, just tell us briefly about your particular brand of magic, because obviously there are so many different magicians doing so many different things.
So my kind of magic is I like to touch on a bit of everything. I like a comedy element as well. I like to have a bit of fun with the audience. Favourite magic is usually a bit dangerous, a bit of fun. This year, I think with the Magic Game, I wanted just a nice variety of things to keep the audience having fun and enjoying themselves.
Well, I'm sure it'll be really successful. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're bumping into Maria now under this heat in the Royal Mile. And Maria, tell us about what you're promoting. It's The Fit Prince.
Yes, it's basically like a Hallmark movie on stage, which you can participate in. You could be a dead king, a barista, or even an orphan. It's amazing. It's camp. It's good for the girls, gays, and the days. They're 5 stars, New York Times recommended, and they did the amazing production Diana Untold as well last year, which sold out. If you participate, then you'll be able to go on stage with them.
And that's a good idea, because I mean, there's so many cast members, it's very expensive to come here, but if you pinch people out of the audience, great job.
Exactly. And then you can feel a part of the production, and so it makes it a much more unforgettable experience.
Well, we're talking in the middle of the Fringe run at the moment. How's it going?
It's going quite well. They're in a venue filled for 300 people, and it's been quite busy, so get your tickets while you still can.
And that's pretty ambitious, isn't it? 300?
Yeah, it's because they've sold out every year. Because they're just very popular, so they've gone into bigger and bigger venues every year.
Where is it? When is it?
It is at 4:40 at the Pleasance Courtyard every day except for Tuesdays.
Lost Pause, that's where I'm at the moment. We've got 4 people from the show. Now, there are thousands and thousands of shows here at the Fringe. You obviously want to get noticed. Tell us about the show. What's your name, first of all?
My name's Ellie Rose Amit, and the play is about 2 cats that go missing in London. They bump into each other, and their owners go to find them, but end up finding each other and falling in love. Ultimately, it's a play about adventure and freedom. Honestly, we're just trying to find our missing cat. So if you can come and try look for it at 5:15 at the Surgeons Hall every night for the next 11 nights, we'd be so grateful.
Tell us about who's in it, what the production is.
Okay, so we've got 2 brilliant owners
owners with different personalities. We've got Shearer, who owns Iris the cat, and then we've got Arlen, who owns Jeffabelle the cat. We've got 4 actors, all from Leeds, all students, all new actors to Edinburgh, so it's very, very exciting. Student written play by Ellie Rose and Charlotte Pine. So if you want to support a student-run production with all student actors, all student prod team, this is the one to go to.
Live music, an accordion.
Music.
My goodness, is there nothing this show hasn't got?
Absolutely nothing.
Nudity.
No nudity, is child-friendly.
Well, these are cats anyway, so they've got plenty of
some
fur.
nudity.
So your name is?
Lily Payton.
You're Lily. We've got the other person here.
My name is Iris Aktal.
Iris Aktal. What a lovely name.
Yeah.
Where does that come
I'm from Turkey. Yes, I'm Turkish and Belgian. I'm very excited about this play. Come a long way to be able to tell the story, so it's very exciting.
There's a lot of university productions. It's great, and you all know about the Fringe.
Yeah, it's actually a dream to be able, like, to be on the Mile. This is our first day, so really getting a grasp of all of it and all the people. It's been, amazing. We're so excited to be here.
And you brought the Turkish weather with you?
Yeah, it is very warm. People need to look out for each other.
Warmer than Turkey, and Lost Paws hotter than most of the things that you see on the Fringe as well. So the best of luck with it. Give us again 5:15.
5:15 at the Surgeons Hall, Haldane Theatre, the space from the 13th to 23rd of August. We can't wait to see you there. 14 plus.
A lot of hard work's gone into this, I can see. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
And next up, there's loads and loads of university people, of course, here at the Fringe on the Royal Mile, giving away leaflets, trying to get people into their shows. And this show is Hands Up. It's at the space at Nidri Street. It runs only till tomorrow, which is Saturday the 16th. Goes on at 5:10, 45-minute show. And who is this?
I'm Ludo Gibson.
Leeds University, who are well represented at the Fringe.
Yes, we've got actually 4 shows, I believe. We've got the Tea Lights, which are a great sketch comedy group. We've got Lost Paws there here at the moment. We've just had Loose Threads, who have just finished their run, and we're Hands Up. So our show is about 2 robbers that enter a house and do not know what on earth they're supposed to be stealing, but they will find out over the course of the show.
Oh, it's a mystery.
Absolutely. 45 minutes long. It's a bit of a laugh. It's very chilled out, and we hope you enjoy it.
Well, it sounds like a good show. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much.
Next on the list down the Royal Mile, being promoted, the improv musical. Owen is here. Tell us about it, where and when.
So we are the Improv Musical, which is a university group from the University of Warwick. And every day at 1 p.m. at the Gilded Balloon Patterhouse, we perform a musical that's completely decided by the audience. So the audience suggests characters, settings, song genres, and anything that they want to see in the show, and we put it on. The cast are improvised, the band is improvised, the tech is improvised, and it's all a lot of fun. Everyone loves it. It's family friendly, so anyone can come.
The Fringe is so much part of university life, isn't it?
Yes.
We've been talking to Durham University, the Northern Lights, and Leeds University have got a production on. Now Warwick University. In fact, you're the whole run, aren't you?
Yes, so we've been on since the 30th.
How's it going?
July. It's amazing. Really good reviews on our website. And this is our 10th year at Fringe, so it's like our birthday.
You've built up momentum.
Yes, this is our 10th birthday at Fringe, so we're looking to make it a really big one. And it's really happy.
So it's at the Gilded Balloon, the Patter House, which is Doon Stairs, so you've got into the Scottish dialect as well.
Indeed, yes. No, very easy to find us. There's lots of signage, and you'll never miss us. If you walk on the Edinburgh Mile and you see a sea of red, that's us. So come and say hi if you can.
Very redent. We've got Rowan, we've got Maximus, and others as well. Henry, who's very, very shy for a university person. Maximus, how long has this been going to get this together?
The cast have been rehearsing all year. They do shows at uni, and then they get involved more with the tech and the band later on. Then they have a 10-day intensive workshop where they're just trying to get everything fully together, and then we come to Fringe for the month and then start it all again for next year.
And Rowan or Rowan?
Rowan.
Is this the ambition to go on stage for the future?
Well, I'm not in the cast. Me and Maximus.
An imposter.
Me and Maximus
Well,
are
look,
both
I tell you what, improv, pretend that you have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a cast member. But no, so me and Maximus are the tech for this show, at least the ones that are up here at the moment. The more and more that I am doing tech at university, the more and more I think it is maybe becoming the goal. So.
Tech is really important to the show, isn't it? I mean, the actors without tech's no good.
Absolutely. Our lovely band would be far too loud. You wouldn't be able to hear the cast at all. I think I'm very important in that way.
And of course, if you have an argument earlier on, you can black them out.
There you go. Oh no, your mic is definitely oh no, there's an issue with it. And it's definitely not the fact that I just haven't turned it on.
But it sounds like a very friendly operation, and you're obviously enjoying your time in Edinburgh.
Absolutely, Edinburgh's a lovely city. I'm half Scottish, so I've been to Scotland quite a bit.
Half, the top or the bottom? Improv, you say again?
I think we should get you on the stage.
And who are you?
Improviser. My name's Amelia.
Are you a tech person or are you acting?
No, I'm a member of the cast.
Whoa, tell us what you do.
Well, we improvise all day, every day. That's
Silly
what
question,
we're
really,
made to
wasn't
do.
it? And
Yeah.
Toby, what's your role in this?
I'm also part of the cast. I spend my time doing silly things that the audience tells me to do for fun. You get the most random things thrown. I was Willy Wonka the other day. Today I was an employee at Greg's and we had an embodiment of a sausage roll. Liam Gallagher showed up in the show. So yeah, you sort of just take on any role that gets thrown at you, but it's really good fun.
How difficult is improv? Because not everybody can do that.
No, what I always say, anyone can get up and give it a go, but not anyone can make it work for an entire month at the Fringe. Yeah, it was really difficult to get into, but when you're around your friends and you've got great directors, great everyone sort of teaching you what to do, once you get going, it's great fun. The best people just have a laugh on stage and have a good time, so yeah.
And after university, you're going to continue doing this?
Hopefully, we'll see. That's why I'm at uni, sort of, is like get the degree so then I could actually get employed in something that I'll get paid for, but if not, it'll be off to theatre school and trying to do some sort of drama or performance or something.
Good luck being paid.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, people, and very best of luck for right the way through the 25th of August.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next on the list as I make my way down the Royal Mile is Sam, and you're promoting Long Live the King. That's had a few days under its belt now.
That's right, yeah. No, we've been running since the 30th. We've had some lovely audience responses, some lovely 5-star reviews. Essentially, the king has died, and the audience will choose who the next king is from each of the 3 actors. So there's lots of audience interaction, lots of improv, and it's very, very silly.
And that's what we want at the Fringe, isn't it?
Exactly. We've been coming to the Fringe for a few years now, and our kind of style is always the audience is physically there. So we've done a show where someone takes the audience hostage, we've done a show where someone in the audience is an alien, and this time we thought it would be fun to have the audience choose the next king of a fantasy land.
So real audience participation.
Oh yeah.
And you're at the Patter House at the Gilded Balloon. There's a lot of shows at the Patter House, isn't there? This kind of thing.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Gilded Balloon is really good for this sort of like interactive comedy theatre stuff, that kind of sketchy improv blend.
And it's 6:20 every day until the 17th.
That's right, 6:20 every day until the 17th, which is this coming Sunday.
Sam, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
So who do we have here? Oh, that's good. They've got T-shirts with their names on. Jessica and Elliot. Let's start with Jessica. Jessica, tell us about your play, which is Erica Plays Mr. Wadiger.
Wadiger, yeah. It's a split stage comedy, so it's 5 students trying to put on a old Victorian play, but the lead doesn't show up. So it's the 4 other characters trying to figure out how to make it work, and it's not going very well. In the cast you have 2 exes, 2 people in an unhealthy relationship, and possibly some cheating going on, depends on which way you look at it. So a lot of chaos on stage and off stage, and you get to see it all.
Elliot, who plays Lucas and
Lucas.
Thomas.
Yes.
So you're busy.
Yeah, very busy. So Lucas is one of the only characters who doesn't have to do a very quick sort of costume change and go on as somebody else. But he's still, he's not the best actor in the world, and has a little bit of a thing for one of his castmates' girlfriends, which obviously isn't very good. Yeah.
And there's Molly, who plays Cammy, and Anthony. I'm glad they've got all this on the T-shirt. It's great. They're at venue 39, and it's the Space on the Mile. It's on till tomorrow, 11 o'clock in the morning. How long has it taken you to prepare for this, Molly?
Well, we did auditions at about the end of May, and then we spent about a full month rehearsing, but it's been a lot of fun. And we also did an original play called Martha Plays Mr. Wadiger in November time, which was, it's kind of been polished to become Erica Plays Mr. Wadiger. But yeah, we've kind of done a very similar play before with the original 5 characters, but now the premise of this one's slightly different and a lot of fun.
And Rosina, you're the other person here playing the part of Sophia and Annabelle, and wearing various badges, including Support Our Pigeons. We try and get rid of them in Edinburgh.
No, I am a pigeon enthusiast, and I like to think that Sophia would be also. As a society, we're very mean to these pigeons. I could go on about this for a long time. People are too mean to pigeons. Pigeons are very intelligent and loving creatures. It is a fact they won the wars for us. So I went to a show about pigeons yesterday, hence where the badge is from, to St Douglas, a little shout out, and he was telling us about a pigeon called Winky that won a badge of honour.
Okay, well your 3 friends have turned into skeletons now, but there we are.
Yeah, they know what
what happens when I get on about this. But Mr. Wardager doesn't have any pigeons in it, which is a shame, but it's still funny.
Yeah, still funny. And how long has it taken you to put this all together?
Kind of a month to 6 weeks-ish of very intense rehearsaling, but like, we're such good friends. It's just been such a wonderful time. Every rehearsal is just fun. So it's been a lot of work, and we've put a lot into it, but it's been such an enjoyable experience, and I like to think that comes across.
Just one final word. It's the Jamboree Theatre Company. Where are you from?
Well, we go to the University of Leeds.
Another Leeds.
Yeah.
I think we've done all Leeds now. We've done Hands Up, Lost Pause.
You should check out the tea lights as well, the Leeds tea lights, they're brilliant.
So we're going for all four, do you think?
Yeah, sketch comedy group, the Leeds tea lights.
Get all of them, you've got to collect them all.
Collect them all. Yeah, do I get a prize if I do?
Absolutely. The prize is seeing our amazing performances. That's the prize.
Which, as we say, is up till the 16th. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock, if you're at the Fringe, go on down and see them. Thanks, guys.
Thank you
so much.
Plenty of different things going on at the Edinburgh Fringe, of course, and no doubt there will have been a few that caught your eye on that little walk along the Royal Mile. Well, while I was walking, I met up with the outrageous poet Joan Cooper Snark, who has been promoting her rather liberating and very controversial one-woman show, and it was interesting to hear from her exactly what goes on behind the scenes when you're launching your own piece of art at the Fringe.
Now tell me about the name, because it's kind of influenced by a very famous poet.
It was a funny joke between me and a friend that is just a good pun on John Cooper Clarke. And considering he is also northern and tells stories and tells quite funny stories as well, that's sometimes a bit rough around the edges, I think it suits very well for purpose.
Where are you from? Because you mentioned Liverpool, but you don't have a Liverpool accent.
I don't have a Liverpool accent. If anybody is from Liverpool, they would know me as what they would call a wool, which is someone from outside of the inner city Liverpool region, although I do live there now. But I would consider myself to be a northern creative. I grew up around Liverpool. I studied in Leeds. I run cabarets. I host. I do lots of little events in Liverpool. I'm quite well known on the scene now, I would say. I'm a spoken word performer. I would call myself a comedian as well. But I also do dabble in burlesque. I dabble in comparing. I like comparing a lot. I like being on the microphone.
Now look, there's thousands of shows here. You have to stand out, don't you, at the Fringe to be noticed.
You do.
And I think your show probably does that.
I think it probably would, yeah. I'm about to go flyering in however long's time, and I have a specific prop which I do use to communicate a Welsh medieval poem. So it is a historical, it does communicate something historical. However, it is also very eye-catching. But I also think that there are people here doing spoken word. There aren't that many people doing comedy spoken word. There are people here doing spoken word, but not necessarily sort of clowning, kind of, I dare say it is a buzzword, but I would use the word feminist for it. It is, by nature of me being a woman talking about my body and my sexuality completely openly with humour, I end up also representing women and their equality at large.
Now you say completely openly, you're not wrong, are you?
I like to dress like a showgirl because I do end up on a lot of burlesque shows, and I do call what I do like a verbal burlesque, like a kind of verbal burlesque, because it is sort of, it's a tease, it's unpeeling. It's sort of a story that I will tell in rhyme, or sort of unpeeling layers from it that become more and more ridiculous, and sometimes more salacious as you go.
Salacious would be the word, wouldn't it?
Salacious really would be the word. I don't know how much I can say on this.
I think you're trying to get banned and get publicity, is that right?
Well, I think that there is a definite chance that from some venues, I do a mixed bill in the Caves every day, or just the Tonic on Best of Cabaret. And last year, because it's a 16 plus event, even though it started at like 9 p.m, they did get a complaint where someone got a refund because they complained that my content was too rude. And that was on a lineup full of burlesque performers who were taking off all of their clothes, and they said that my stuff was too rude and they wanted their money back.
Where does this confidence come from then?
I don't know. I think I've always been eccentric. I think I've always been...
Exhibitionist?
Well, probably. I think I'm an exhibitionist who, I am a sexual person, but mostly I think it's funny, and I think I'd make jokes about it in the same way that men do, because I think it's funny and it amuses me. I've always been someone who stands out a bit, and so I've just completely owned it. And I've had many years of my adult life to completely own it now. So I just don't care. I just don't care anymore. It's very nice at the Fringe because you meet so many people who have all gone through basically the same process as me. And there are hundreds of us. We're all over the shop.
So you're looking for publicity, obviously, and we're giving you a little bit of that now, which is great. What can people expect when they come and see the shows? Because this is an adults only.
Yeah, I would call it an adults only show.
I certainly would.
It's definitely adults only, but basically it is a journey, a bardic exploration. Joan Cooper Snark is inspired by medieval bards. You know, they could make a living off rhyming about things, and they could tell rude stories, and everyone thought they were funny, and they're well known and celebrated amongst the culture. Whereas she's telling all these rude rhyming stories, and she hasn't quite made it yet. And so she decides that to try and get the audience on side, she's going to tell a lot of modern, relatable stories in rhyme, and see by the end of it, she's made it to what she would call the bard place. But if she can do it without which is what she thinks is the key to becoming a great bard. She might not have twigged that sexism exists yet. Or maybe she's just in denial. I'm not really sure.
How far are you going to go with this show?
I would like to do a lot more with it. As it stands, it is the first way that I've ever compiled all of my poems into a story with an arc. But all of the feedback I've had so far from people who know my work quite well, and anyone who came to see it when I did my previews in Liverpool, said that it added so much more to my poetry to put it in context of a story arc that where you're rooting for a character. Obviously this is a stage name, but in this piece it becomes a character who by the end you really are rooting for, I would say. I think there are some oddly poignant moments in it, I hope. I think especially when you're a woman growing up, but also when you grew up in Britain, I think, you know, sex education isn't great. People don't talk openly about sex. People are not comfortable with being naked. People are not comfortable with a lot of things until they are already doing it. And even by then, they are very sheepish and prickly about it. I think it's probably something that I used to feel very guarded about in the same way that a lot of my peers did. And as soon as I was like, I actually don't care talking about this, and then I started making jokes about it as well, I think there's something very liberating about it, to use a buzzword, but it is liberating to talk and joke and just make light of sexuality when it is sometimes something that people consider to be so scary, you know?
Tell me about your mother, because your mother came to see a show. I mean, how did you feel appearing in front of her?
So as I grew up, I probably know more about my mother's sex life than most people do.
I'm sorry?
I probably know more about my mother's sex life than most daughters do. Because she's also quite open, I would say.
So you get it from your mother. Are you blaming your mother here?
Well, no, but I think that both of my parents have always thought, she's outspoken, she's a bit weird, she's going to do whatever she likes, and there's nothing we can do to tell her to do anything different. And so when I started doing this and, you know, taking my clothes off a bit and talking about really rude stuff, I think both of them were both like, well, first off, we can relate, and second off, she's just going to do whatever she likes. And so when my mum came to see my show, I thought maybe she might think it's a bit rude or a bit whatever. And actually, she had a great time. The host called her out in the audience. The host was like, I hear that Mama Cooper Snark is here. And my mum stood up in her seat and went, yeah, that's me. And then I went on to make lots of jokes about and she loved it. She had a great time.
She's not here at the Fringe, though.
She's not here at the Fringe. She said that she would like to come to one of them. And I think she would have such a good time because she's very drawn in by shiny, exciting things. And I think she would love how diverse and vibrant it is here. I think she would get really drawn in by everything. She'd have a great time. And it's funny because I'm 28. I did visual arts degree, I did illustration. And I only started doing any kind of performing properly as an adult when I was, say, 23, 24.
So you've only been doing this 5 years?
Yeah. And poetry, less so. I think I've been doing poetry about 3 or 4 years. And it really just started as sort of it started as a thing fueled by spite. I think I saw other people doing poetry and I thought, I can do that. I could definitely do that. And then I started doing it because I'd just done some theatre, and theatre runs end very quickly. You do this huge build-up and then they're just over and you're dropped like a stone and you don't know what to do. But going to poetry nights, they happen very regularly and you're in front of an audience and you can sort of test things out. And I'd never thought about testing comedy in front of an audience or learning things like they were a script, but things that weren't theatre. And then suddenly I had a way to do it and started to really enjoy where they would gasp and when they would laugh and where they would, you know, be waiting for the next thing that you would say. And so it sort of became the way that I practiced theatre, you know, just sort of microdosing theatre in my own life. And it's snowballed into something where I compare, and I do it on burlesque gigs, and I do it in cabarets, I do it all, and I do it at the Fringe. I do it at the Fringe now. So yeah, I never intended it for it to be a one-woman show, but here we are.
Well, look, this has been liberating for me, liberating for you. We have to stop because you've got a show to do.
Oh, God. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
The best of luck with it.
Thank you very much. This has been lovely.
Joan Cooper Snark, a very talented poet and a very, very shy young lady who's now completed her run at the Fringe and has certainly made a bit of an impact ahead of, no doubt, a return next year. In contrast to Joan, I spoke with Duane Forrest in his native Canada before he arrived over here to perform his tribute show to Bob Marley and reggae music. But his show is much more than a tribute show, as I found out when I saw him in action at 10 o'clock at the Appleton Tower Gilded Balloon. Here's an excerpt from that interview.
I was living in Paris at the time. I was playing music at a local Irish pub. And I'd have the late shift, so I'd have people coming in pretty drunk. And they'd be like, hey, can you play Bob Marley? Because I have dreads. Hey, can you play Buffalo Soldier? I was like, okay. And they were drunk, and I'd play it. And, they'd let their hair out and pretend that they had dreads. And I started to realize, I was like, oh, they don't actually know the context or the weight behind the music. So I started to come up with an idea to kind of just create a show where I can explain a bit about how reggae got started and why it's like an important, integral part of our culture.
So obviously the Edinburgh Fringe is just one of the venues that you do, but how did you get involved with the Fringe? Because this is not your first time.
No, yeah, I created my first music storytelling show back in 2018 in Toronto called Climb. It was based around an album I released. I made a story to go around it, and I did it at the Toronto Fringe. And I got a lot of great reviews, and someone said, hey, you got to bring this to Edinburgh. And I was like, Edinburgh? I didn't even know about the Edinburgh Fringe, And they explained to me how it all started in Edinburgh, and I was really excited. So I got some mates together, brought them over, lost a lot of money. And that was maybe 6 or 7 years ago now.
And this seems to be a bit of a recurring theme, doesn't it, for most of the acts at the Fringe? I mean, you have to basically go on and perform, know that you're going to lose money, but hopefully, off the back end of that, it's the exposure which will move things on for the future, speculate to accumulate, if you like.
Yes, exactly. And it's great risk, but there is great reward. And yeah, it was I think my first couple seasons at Edinburgh, I can't think of more difficult things I've done in my life. But the reward, wow, I just love it so much. I've learned so much. I've grown so much. And it's just lovely walking around the streets,
And of course you perform solo, but sometimes with a band as well. So for this run, is it solo?
Yeah, it's solo. I've got some guys I play with in town that I'm just, they're itching to come play with me. So I might do a couple of surprise performances with a band over the weekend. We'll see.
Now, reggae is always popular. So ska as well, of course. It's got such a happy vibe to it. It's been a while, though, since we've actually enjoyed a fairly new reggae or ska hit in the charts. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, well, reggae's changed. It's not quite that. Like for me personally, I'm into that roots old reggae rock steady. You know what I mean? And yeah, the newer stuff, like it's evolved and it's not quite the same. There's still some great artists out there making beautiful music, but that the old roots of reggae, that sort of resistance, telling our story, right? Like the hopes, the dreams, the resilience. I don't hear that in much of the reggae now. And so I think that's the reason why. I think it reflects in the charts.
We think immediately of artists on the Trojan label, your Ken Booths, your Toots and the Maytals, and obviously Bob Marley on Island Records, which took it more to a mainstream audience. But the great thing about Bob was that he was able to please both the fans of roots reggae, but also it was commercial enough for the record companies to be interested. And it's hard to get that fine balance.
It really is. I really think it was lightning in a bottle, In my show, I talk about like some places I've been in the world, random places. And, I've been to Chiapas, Mexico, and up in the mountains there, a place called San Cristobal de las Casas. And I met people that couldn't even speak a word of English, but they had a picture of Bob Marley on the wall and a reggae flag, So it's really, really powerful, Bob Marley's reach and the way he's carried our story. And yeah, like you said, it's music that you can just vibe to and feel good about, but there's also depth and layers. that's what I unpack in the show.
Of course, there are artists like UB40, for instance, and when ska was very popular, bands like The Selector and the Body Snatchers and other people as well, who were commercialising it. What do you feel about that, being a roots man yourself? I mean, did you feel that it was taking reggae to a new audience, possibly, a more, make it more mainstream?
No, I'm down with all of that. That's a part of the story. It's a part of the reason why anywhere I travel, right, people know reggae music. They even know where Jamaica is on a map, right? I think it's all connected. Not everyone can draw those lines, right? Like to know things like, for example, Englishman in New York, Sting, right?
Yeah.
That's influenced, of course, by reggae. Some people don't draw those lines, which is what I do in the show. But that's all a part of the story and a part of the power of sharing, I think, the energy of reggae to the world. So I'm down with it all.
Duane Forrest talking about Bob Marley and reggae music. Finally on this special programme on the Edinburgh Fringe 2025, an interview with a national treasure from Scotland, Karen Dunbar, star of many comedy shows over the years, including Chewing the Fat, and now appearing in her own stand-up show at Just Up the Stairs at Just the Tonic at 9:05 every night, apart from Monday. Some are likely to sell out as well, so be quick, and she was certainly in fine form when we spoke last week. Karen, welcome to the programme.
Hi Stuart, thanks for having me.
Now, how do you approach shows like The Fringe in terms of material filling that 1 hour? Because it's very specific at The Fringe, isn't it? They tell you what to do. You've got an hour and that's it.
Yeah, and I'm very respectful of that time frame, but as for what happens in that, I can't say I'm that disciplined. And do you know, I'm saying that, and actually it's true and it's not true, because on one hand, I could do stand-up, I can do a show that I think 99% this is what I'm going to say, and some new stuff will come in it, but largely I'm on tour just now, so in that tour I do 90 minutes and I know where I start and I know where I finish, but there's always the chaos theory, anything can happen in between. Whereas with the festival, the Fringe, I feel a bit looser than that, Stuart, and I want it to be like that. I want to try and work up new material, and I want to try and work with the audience more as well, and just enjoy it, which again, that can sound a wee bit corny, I'm just going to enjoy myself, but actually I'm really planning that, because I can get awfully stressed out at the Fringe, and I've decided, it's 17 years since I've done it.
Wow.
Maybe longer. So I've thought, no, the only way I'm going to do it is if there's no stress or very, very little. So I've got a later show, it's not till 9 o'clock, it's a wee venue, so I don't have the stress of selling it out. I haven't given myself any, you must do this and you must work up this material. It's very loose, and that is the only way that I'd be up for it. It's not, it doesn't feel like a big money-making scheme or anything. It's simply to try out new material and connect with the audience that's there and enjoy myself, and some old favourites as well. God, I've probably answered all your questions. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Karen. Yes, and have a good Fringe. No, there are a few other questions we're going to ask you, and in fact, there are a lot of there's different kinds of comedians. Obviously, there's ones who kind of like back in the old Bernard Manning days, where you more or less had the same jokes one after another. You're much more interactive, aren't you? And to me, going to a show like that means that you can go and see the same comedian or comedienne more than once and get a completely different show.
Well, it's interesting the amount of people. I was on tour last year, and I think I did 50 dates last year. This year I'm doing 80, and it is unbelievable the amount of people that are coming back, because a part of the shtick at the beginning is give me a cheer if you've not seen me before, and there's a cheer for that, and then give me a cheer if you have, and there's you can hear the people that cheering. And I wind them, I say that it's been advertised as a new show, and I'm like, that's lies, this is all the same stuff. And they laugh at that. A lot of it is the same stuff. And they seem to, and then they come back again. So hey, whatever that is that keeps bringing people back, I'm glad of it.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you say about material, and some people, just like, in music, people like their favourite songs. Some people like their favourite jokes, and, why didn't you do that one? That's one of my favourites, So they don't mind hearing a few things, particularly in this day and age with YouTube and everything else. You can use up so much material so quickly, and it's gone.
Do you know, that's a really interesting thing now as well that you're saying that, because trying to police people filming on their phone would just be my idea of hell. And actually, what I've just said is, if I see somebody filming, I'm like, see if you want to film me, do it, on you go. Because it's so hard. A, it's so hard to police. B, there just seems to be so much content out there that I think, because I know that some people, and understandably so, they don't want their stuff to be out there because it feels like it loses its power. I don't. I actually feel like it's a good advertising tool now, because of the way social media is. I try not to get too hung up in whether see if I'm telling stories and nobody's laughing. I can guarantee you I'll not be telling them the next night. That's the tester to whether or no people either should be filming or I should be telling this or not telling it. And there was a great discussion during the rise of cancel culture. Whether or not you could tell these kind of jokes. Now, my sort of comedy isn't very risky at all. It's all stories. A lot of it's either stories about me growing up, or how I got into the job that I'm in, or stuff for chewing the fat in the Karen Dunbar show. It's not like razor sharp wit, observational, topical, blah blah. There might be a wee bit of that, but largely I'm much more parochial. I remember 1975, it was the heat wave, that kind of stuff. So I'm not taking a lot of big risks. However, I can understand the kind of climate that we're in to be mindful as well. But putting stuff out now on social media feels like it's par for the course. And the discussion about whether or not to use certain material. I remember one comedian saying, you'll know if it's dodgy stuff because nobody will be laughing. And so I don't want to tell stories that folk aren't laughing at. So if I was telling something and I was like, this is not working, I wouldn't be using it whether it was new or old.
And of course there will be times, even for the best comedians, your Kevin Bridges and Billy Connolly's, where they've said something and they know they've hit the wrong note. They haven't read the room on that particular thing. And I guess for a comedian, that you get your instant feedback. That can be quite scary.
Obviously, I speak for all comedians, but I imagine at the core of them is the same thing as me, is I want to make folk laugh. Whether that's being, some people will do that through controversy, some people will be nice and homely, wherever I am on that spectrum. My desire, it's not just my job, because you can do a job and not like it. Oh no, I want that laugh. I want to feel that, not just for customer satisfaction, but for my own psyche, my own whatever my egoistic drives are. Is like, give me that laugh. And I've done it, like I've died on my arse. There, you said arse. Don't know if you need to bleep me. But I've died with certain jokes and that, and I'm like, this isn't working at all, and just bin it. Like, it's bin straight away, and that doesn't need to be because it was controversial. This tour that I'm on, I've got 90 minutes. I couldn't, if I was doing the first 10 minutes and nobody was laughing, I couldn't think, oh my God, I'll just change this whole show. It would be like changing a play. A good way for me to describe. I remember doing I do after dinner speaking, of course, because they like a bit of, somebody's got a bit of profile, we'll get them in, and so this was way back when Chewing the Fat was at its height. So I had an after dinner booked for one weekend and then the next weekend, and the first one was the Dundee Football Club Ladies Supporters Group, right? And for the word go, I couldn't put a foot wrong. Do you know what I mean? I just opened my mouth and they were hysterical. They were up on the tables. It was an amazing 20 minute slot, right? It was amazing. Brilliant. Cut to 1 week later, I am at the Scottish Sports Personality of the Year Awards doing the same 20 minutes. 5 minutes in, I had not had a laugh yet. Now, 5 seconds in Dundee, they were roaring. And here I am doing the same shtick, and they are just nothing at all. And I get 5 minutes into it, nothing. 10 minutes. I remember looking up at the crowd and going, ah. Do you know, like that nervous laugh? And I actually says to him, right, let's start again. I says, let's start again. Let's clear the air. Let's have a Mexican wave. I think that was a funny line. Nothing. It was like performing to a load of Easter Island statues. And I just... I don't know, can I swear or will
yes, go on, you can do what you want.
Gerard Kelly at the Panto, the fantastic Jerry, still can't get my head around the fact that he's away. used to come on, he would do the opening bit and I would be standing in the wings, and he would sometimes come off and he would go FAF, and I remember at the start I would go, what does that mean? He'd go fast as right, because it meant just nobody was listening and you just need to get through this. And so I went to FAF after that, because I was like, this is no, and I realised, not about blaming the audience, but it's realising that there's a definite, see, they Dundee women, they were up for a good time no matter what was happening. And see, at the Scottish Sports Personality of the Year, all they wanted to know was who had won. And they didn't know each other. It wasn't like all the sports personalities all hung out with each other, whereas all the Dundee women had been on a bus with each other for a year, and they were celebrating. So I'm, again, a bad workman blames his tools. I'm hearing myself saying that, but partly it's just like, this is the gig you're in, this is the stuff I've got, I will do my best with what I've got, but this is what I've prepared for you tonight. And maybe there'll be some comedians that would just switch to a totally different shtick. Well, I'm afraid that's not me. It's like, here's my stall, this is what I've got, if you like it, great, this is what we're doing, if no, fair dues, I'll probably not get asked back.
But I think this is the thing as well, isn't it? You can turn up to these sports personality things, etc., and there'll be people who aren't on your wavelength, etc., like you've just mentioned, but the people who are coming to see you, they know about you and they're there for a good time, and that makes such a difference.
It's a very partisan crowd, and not only, it's like my reputation precedes me in that way, that I've already been in their houses, chewing the fat in the Karen Dunbar show, so they've had me, and now in their hands, on their phones. I mean, I don't know if you've seen any of my TikTok, Stuart, but I only started TikTok in November there, and it's really taken off. And so I've had great, I think I've got about 48,000 followers.
Wow.
So, and I'm putting out regular material. I put out bits of stand-up, and I actually just put one out. I was just checking its progress before we come on. Last night, a wind-up phone call that I did, so if anybody wants to listen to that, they can check it out on TikTok. But it is that a lot of people most of the people I meet are so happy to see me. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that sounds good. And of course you've got to adapt, as you say, to TikTok and Instagram and all these things. They're new, fantastic, free tools for people like yourself.
I had not went anywhere near it, even during the lockdown when I was seeing other comedians on it, and I just couldn't. No, it wasn't a pride thing, it was a fear that I would not know what I was doing, it would all look eggy, that I would just be on going, I just had spaghetti for my dinner and it was lovely. Do you know, I couldn't do it. I watched a lot, consumed a lot of it, but I didn't do it. And I knew that if I was going to do it, I would want to do it right. And so I've employed somebody, so I pay somebody to manage and work with me on my social media. So I don't look at the comments or anything like that, because that's another thing.
No, don't do that.
No, it's too... I used to do that on my Twitter, and it would just, one comment would be sticking in my head for days, and I thought, that is no good for anybody. I'm not doing it. So I've got somebody that curates the stuff, directs the stuff, suggests what to put out, because I have ideas, and he's like, no, that'll no work. I'm like, really? Because he knows, he's 29, do you know what I mean? And he knows social media much better than me, how to operate it, and also he's able to look at the comments and pass any on to me. Do you know, I had a really bittersweet connection. Somebody had said to me that they'd come and seen me on tour with their mum, and they'd had a great night, and then 2 days later their mum had passed away suddenly, and they'd says to me, thanks so much. I actually feel the emotion of it. Last memories, some of the last memories I've got of my mum was tears rolling down her face with laughter at your show.
Wow.
So, you know, I'll get those kind of messages, but I don't have to deal with the guff, and that is well worth paying for.
Now, you said 17 years since doing the Fringe. What's made you do this?
It's because I've came back to stand-up, and do you know, Stuart, that's not even accurate. I haven't really came back to stand-up, I have came to stand-up. So I don't come from a stand-up background at all. I had never, you know, most stand-ups that you see will have said, I'm going to go and do stand-up comedy, and they'll go to comedy clubs and they'll be at Red Row at the stand, things like that, and work up for a 5 minute spot to a 20-minute spot until they've got a show. I never came at it that way. So I started off as in hosting karaoke. I was 19 and I started hosting karaoke, and I did that, and then DJ'd and did pub quizzes for about 7 years. I had my own business with that, and I went for an audition in During the Fat and I got it. So that's my trajectory. So there's never been a time where I've done stand-up per se, and the first time I did my own stand-up show, was at the King's.
Oh, in Glasgow.
Do you know what I mean? Aye. And I mean, I'm saying that's not strictly true. I had did the Fringe twice before that, but how that had came about was one of my pals says to me, "Why don't you do the festival?" And I was like, "I don't really know what to do." And she says, "Just do what you do at the karaoke," because I would host it and I would tell funny stories, but there was no impetus, so I didn't feel like stand up. I felt like a host. So I did the Fringe twice, 94 and 95, or 95 and 96, whatever that was. I wouldn't say I was rotten, but I was so green and kind of, again, unpolished. Sounds like I'm polished now, but anyway, you get the gist of it. And you know, the first year I had, some of my pals came to see me, and the first couple of days were busy, but the rest of it was dead. I mean, I did the whole month, dead, until, see, the last week I had a reviewer for the Scotsman come in, and the next day I ran to get the Scotsman to see what I'd got, and they gave me 5 stars.
Wow,
right?
That's great.
So the next night, I mean, I was doing the gig in the basement bar of the basement nightclub of the club that I DJ'd in, and did the karaoke up the stairs, CC Bloom's. My boss gave me it for nothing. I says, "I'm going to do the festival, can I take it down the stairs?" She went, "Aye, of course, then that means folk are buying drink through the day in the bar, down the stairs." So she was over the moon with that, I was over the moon with that. I was, I don't know, £5 to get in or something. And all the £5 were mine, but there was nobody there. The day the review came out, the Scotsman review, is funny because I would go in the back door, and I got to the back door and my boss was there, and her face was like ashen. I says, "What's wrong?" She went, "Karen, there's a queue in the block, we can't fit all the people in here." And we couldn't. It was it was just a wee club. But let's say there was 300. You could fit 200 folk in if they were all standing. And they were all standing, they were kind of, should give 100 folk their money back.
Gosh.
They just gave people, because they literally couldn't get in the door. I'm not saying I was great. All I'm saying is there was nobody there, and then I got a 5-star review and you couldn't get in.
Because you talk about venues there. Now, you're at the Just Up the Stairs at Just the Tonic at the Caves.
Right. Yep.
Tell me about the venue itself, because I've never heard it before, and it sounds quite small, so not very big. Tell us a bit more about that.
It's an 80-seat. I mean, it's just a tiny wee, and that's, again, what I'd said was, I wanted, when the comedy promoter that does the tour says to me, "Do you want to do the festival?" At first I says no, just no. And he was like, "All right." And then I says, "Wait a minute," and I had to think about it. And I thought, if I can do it without stress, so when you're saying what's brought you back, it's that. It's how can I do this without stress? And how can I stretch myself? There's a great saying, you know, you want to be in stretch, you don't want to be in stress or slump. I thought this would be a good opportunity to connect with new people, because different people go to the Fringe as well. For anybody that's not coming to see, you know, any of my tour, because as I say, I've got 50 dates still to do, or Scotland, between September, October, November. I thought this would be a good opportunity, and it needs to feel relaxed. I mean, I almost feel like taking a stool up, you know, and sitting on a stool and doing it very Dave Allen and doing it very relaxed. And so that is why I've come back and took a small venue that I don't think I've took a big 300-seater, because I've done the Gilded Balloon and all the rest of it and sold that well. But I thought, no, I don't want, because it's years for I've done anything like that, years for I've been on the telly. I don't want to be rattling about in a big hall. So an 80-seater sounded perfect. That was one of the ones that promoter checked out. I says, that sounds great. 9 o'clock show, great.
When's the last time you played in the Borders?
August last year, at the Volunteer Hall, and that was great.
Now, of course, I was just looking back on your career. You've done so many things, haven't you? I mean, obviously, you must have a soft spot for the BBC, who kind of gave you your big break with Chewing the Fat, etc., and all the other stuff that you've done. You've had your own show, obviously. You did the Commonwealth Games opening, which must have been an absolute hoot. But, I mean, serious stuff as well. I mean, there was a period, I think, between about 2012, 2016, where you did Shakespeare and stuff like that. Was that kind of a niche that you needed to scratch? You had to do something away from comedy just to kind of prove to yourself and to other people that you're not a one-trick pony. No offence meant, of course.
I think partly it was that, Stuart. It was curiosity. But also it was it was opportunity. It kind of just came my way. And so doing the Shakespeare stuff, I mean, of course, I've no training, I've no acting training, nothing at all. And so it was the challenge of that, And I mean, I didn't get completely offered that. I got offered the audition, which even to get offered the audition for that, because it was Philida Lloyd that was doing it. It was done at the Donmar, so it was very sort of salubrious, if you like. It was an all-female Shakespeare trilogy. She was planning to do 3 plays, and it was the second one that I came in at, which was Henry IV. And so to go and get the audition for that and to get the part, when I have no training at all, it was only, Dame Harriet Walter was the lead in it. So it was a massive thing. And we did that in London, and then it went so well that we took it to New York. So I was away doing Shakespeare in New York. And then I come back for the third instalment, which was the full trilogy. So at one point, we did that at King's Cross in London. They built a theatre for us. It was a massive big undertaking, and that was just at King's Cross station. And it was massive. It was in the round as well, so it was, 500 seater. Massive thing. We would do Henry IV in the morning, Julius Caesar in the morning, Henry IV in the afternoon, and the Tempest at night. It was a huge undertaking. It was the challenge of that, and it's one of the best memories, one of my favourite things I've ever done was to be involved in that.
And yet, sort of going back to what you said about 10, 15 minutes ago about being stressed out, I would have thought that would stress anyone out, because you've got to learn your lines, because you can't, go much away from the old Shakespeare script, can you, on something like that? You can't ad lib.
No, you cannot do anything that is not on the page.
How did you get round that then? I mean, emotionally and mentally?
Well, it's a different thing from being on stage. So when I'm saying no stress, a lot of my stress doesn't come from being on stage. A lot of it comes from, when I talked about the festival, it's getting there. The stress that I've found in the festival before is the commute. So the show would be, say I would do a 7 o'clock show, and having to take the chance with traffic, so I'd be leaving at 4 o'clock. So I always found that really stressful, and try to sell it. Again, I would find that more stressful now, because it wouldn't sell. I'm not that, the tour sells well, but to try and sell out a massive big place in the Edinburgh Festival night after night, I wouldn't be trying that. That would be really stressful. So there's a different stress in doing that sort of play, Shakespeare stuff like that, which was learning lines, but it's communal. Do you know, that stress is shared out between 20 cast members, and there's the camaraderie that's in that. There's the shared experience in it, which is well worth it. So that's why and for the profile, it was a massive thing for me to do and be involved. I mean, Philida Lloyd's, she's the director of Mamma Mia, the Iron Lady. And at one point we were in New York, and we were on stage, and I'd looked into the audience and I thought, I know that woman, and I was like, how do I know that woman? I'm in the middle of New York, how do I know her? And then I thought, I know how I know her, because it's Meryl Streep. So Meryl Streep was in the audience.
Gosh, what was that like?
Aye.
Did you get to meet her?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Came backstage. It was just brilliant, and with loads of the Bold and the Beautiful. I don't know. Glenn Close was in at one point. Kathleen Turner, which was amazing meeting her. She was brilliant and so enthusiastic. That was a Tuesday afternoon. Jake Gyllenhaal sitting in the at the side. I'm like, this is amazing. So I'm so glad I did that.
Fantastic. So when are we going to see you on the telly next? What's the next project?
Christmas. So I'll be the stand-up that I'm doing. We're doing a special of that for Christmas. So it'll be on BBC Scotland in the Christmas schedule.
And great again that the BBC are still supporting what you do, and other comics as well.
That's what the BBC is. I guess that's what their job is, and mine is to give them the content. But I don't know if you saw as well that I won that the BAFTA, the Games BAFTA.
And another thing added to the bow.
Yep, and that's been a real, I want to say, game changer. It has and it hasn't, because it's not as if I've been inundated with offers for the games community. But in another way, I made a TikTok about it, and I was like, I've just won a BAFTA. It's the full big BAFTA, and I was like, I've just won a BAFTA. It felt really confusing, because I did this part in a game, and don't get me wrong, I was good in it, but I was still like, I wasn't expecting to win it at all. But so there's a bit of me was like, have I really won that? Did I really, and not necessarily deserve it, but did I get that? And another bit of me was like, do you know what? I'll take that BAFTA. I'll take it.
And where do you keep it? Where's the BAFTA at the moment?
I do a bit of stand-up saying I see it every night when I get in, I look at it when I'm in bed, because it's lying in the pillow next to me. That's where it's in I've got the second bedroom, and it's funny, I've got it's a music room that I've got in there, and it's set up with my, because I DJ as well. and set up with all my. I'll be on I DJ every Wednesday night on TikTok Live, so I stream it live and get to connect with people. It's great. It's a late show though. It's called the 10:47 show, so 10:47 every Wednesday for an hour, and it's sitting up on the speaker, and the speaker's got a small thin speaker that's on top of it that comes out of it. And I looked at it and I thought, I wonder if that BAFTA fits on that, and it sits absolutely perfectly on it. It's magic, so it sits looking at the window.
It was meant to happen, wasn't it?
I'll take it.
The wonderful Karen Dunbar. Well, that's about it for this special show on the Edinburgh Fringe. I hope you've enjoyed it and it captured a bit of a flavour of the festival. Do bookmark the website at edfringe.com, as there's tons of information on there, and well done to everyone who's put in so much effort into their shows, whether it's performing, producing, flyering, or being involved in numerous other ways. It's a tremendous showcase for Edinburgh and for Scotland, and I've thoroughly enjoyed immersing myself into the whole culture. Thanks much indeed for listening. From me, Stuart Cameron, roll on, Edinburgh Fringe 2026.